Hello, how you guys doing? It is not backshot for once. I fixed it. It was as easy as that thing that someone posted in chat yesterday. All I had to do was disconnect it and reconnect it. Literally, just unplug it and plug it back in. The curse is lifted. That was you? All right, thank you, Legend. I thought so, but I didn't want to be like, thanks, Legend. And then it's like, no, actually it was me, Johnny Smalldick. Never appreciated for any of my contributions to stream. Anyway, guess what? I fixed the gun thing, sort of. It still needs a little fixing, but we're not gonna do that today. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is, but let me show you. Also, we need to put music in, which we can do in like 5 seconds. You know what? The best way to do it actually would be to do it here and put it as a, oh my God, I'm so smart. Also, I'm having a lot better of a day today. I got to see my wife, so that's always cool. She's neat. I like her, you know, that's how that works. Actually, you know what? Can I just see this in File Manager? Thank you. All right, so anyway, we go back up one. And I think I called it Kill the Dead. Is there music? Sounds. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. We're just gonna slap E1M1 in there for a bit until we get it actually work, you know? Let's just make a new folder, call it music. I'm fairly certain this will work. So cancel and then we reload it. Load music E1M1. Cool. And then if we play it, so like the only issue I have with the gun is it doesn't there's no sounds. That there's no sound at. Why is this? Oh, it needs to be autoplay. Autoplay on. Play. Okay, not right now, but autoplay it as soon as it goes. Yeah, blah blah blah. Some music here, and it needs to be, you know, some metal. While you're doing well, set up the Git. Okay, set up the Git. How do I do? I remember being kind of mad at Terraria. This is so tiny dick of me, but I remember looking at Terraria and being like, them using Final Fantasy sprites. Well, I mean, okay, using Final Fantasy sprites when it was like for sale was kind of shitty. All right, how do I do the Git thing again? Should just be put the plug in. All right, Git. Yeah, I know, but like at the time, I remember being really angry at them for doing that. And it's like, who gives a shit? I don't know. I'm a bigger person now. So I think I have to go get the Godot Git plugin. Is it this puppy? That looks familiar. Yeah, I think this is it. No conflicts. Hey, Captain Fridge Toes, how you doing? Then plugin enabled. Unable to load add-on script from path, whatever. Oh, okay. What? Close it and reopen it, maybe? You don't enable it from in here. Yeah, we do something weird about it. Thank you for the 62 months of support. I am so sorry, Captain French Toast. I didn't see how many months that was. That is a very long time. Thank you. Yeah, that was back when they had very few devs. I mean, yeah. And that's why we're using E1M1, because I have one dev and then chat to tell me that I'm being stupid. $69 is fast approaching. Baked lip sync. Oh, that's nice. MIDI importer. These are all nice things. I'm not messing with them right now. So part of me wants to make the levels with meshes inside the engine. Can someone tell me why this is a worse idea than just doing it? Because I could do a 3D scene and call it building, project, version control session or sections. Okay, and then okay, connect to that. And then do I actually need to remember my password? Because I don't. I would assume it's this, and then, okay, cool, you can't see anything. Okay, that's it, I don't need to do this. Apply. Okay, cool. And then, this is your local get. Okay, that's fine. All right, so where is the window thing for it? Visible paths is fine. Editor docs, commit. Real quick, let's do all this. Commit. And it's gonna be real laggy for a second. Don't save. Commit mission. The most raw, basic form of this game. Everything is made of dreams and bullshit. Good luck. 4.5 years of support. Thank you so much, Calibrated Gallows. You're in the hot. Oh, Jesus, man. You all right? Oh, thank you. That was actually not that hard, Rate Lore. All right. 3D scene. We're going to call this a building. And it's going to be made up of a mesh instance. We did the hard part on No Fish. That's true. All right. Noob tube trail mesh. I'm sorry. Oh, it's not like... That's fine. I was hoping it would be like different, but that's okay too. You know what? It can be at origin. That's fine. We can fix that later. Okay, do we fix the scale here? I think we do. Okay, well, that's something, at least. I'm sorry that that happened to you, man, and I hope that you feel well soon. All right, I'm gonna put the player in this scene just for a minute so we have like a sense of scale, and then we can just delete the player. I just don't know how big things are. So how big should a building be? Like, relatively big, right? I had an idea for the first level being like, at night, demons are coming. You know? I think that sounds good. All right, let's link everything and call it 14. Well, I'm just gonna kind of like spam a whole bunch of buildings all over the goddamn place. As like the streets, right? So let's maybe scale this up to 30 so it's twice as high as it is wide. Put a little face on the moon, it'll be scary that way. I mean, that sounds fun. I haven't really like locked in an aesthetic, but I think like more or less like monochromes, but like several different monochromes in the style of like the Town of Nowhere might be cool. That way like it ends up being, I don't know, neat. I believe this needs to be set to 15. This is a first-person on-rail shooter. I don't think that there is anything similar enough to it that we could call it what it is. Like, yeah. I want, like, everything to pop really hard. Yes, I do need to, like, have it. Okay, so this is the size of a building, and we're going to be going down a street, and there's going to be a bunch of buildings. So it's like, zoom, zoom. I feel like that's a good size for, like, a building. Yeah? That looks right to me, anyway. All right, let's add another mesh. And we can make this, like, a, Is Breaking into Hell a set thing? I don't know. I'm kind of like okay about it. The emitting light thing, I think I'm going to do for Windows. I think the idea of breaking into hell and killing everything is kind of fucking... So for the name of it, I feel like the best way to do it would we need to have... If you like anime, you should play the Disagia series. Aren't they JRPGs though? I think that we're gonna break into hell and then break out of hell. I think that for the game, what I need to do is... It's a tactical RPG? Okay. I've only seen it on, like, AGDQ, and it looked good, but a little horny. And I think that's, you know, fine. But let's make this all... Oh, it's all linked like that. Never mind, hold on. And I'm, like, not sold on that idea, but it doesn't... It's more like a tactics game. Ooh, that could be useful. Thank you. The CSG nodes in Godot are mainly used for prototyping. There is no built-in support for UV mapping or editing 3D polygons. I see. Is this a CSG node? Is that what they're... Because that's a separate type of node, right? Yeah, CSG mesh is like the things don't work. Isn't there like you have a limited number of ones? Okay, I think I need to make this which one is the... Okay, so why... Okay, so this needs to be... Okay, none of that. We need to make this 14, this 14, and now we need to check. Actually, let's make it a hair bigger than 14, but set its Z at 0. There we go. Oh man, that makes things so much easier. Of course, Count Canelli. We're looking for suggestions on how to improve this today, as a concept. I want that little like lip of of it coming in. And I think that I just do this ever so slightly bigger. Let's make this maybe 14.5. Oh, 14.5, not just 0.5. There you go. Okay. Now, set this to 30 because that's where the top of it is, right? And now we got like a little rooftop thingy, right? Everyone go, ooh, ooh. Like, that's good. All right, so now I want to make a bunch of windows, right? So let's make a window. So to me, a window would be a light emitting square. What is a quad? Oh. Maybe just a plane? Let's make it so that way we can actually see it. All right, surface material override. A quad is a four-sided polygon. Global illumination. That's probably what you're talking about. Light mail. Dynamic, I guess. I don't know. And make it brighter, I guess. Transform. We want to rotate on the Y axis? No, Z axis. Okay, so we make this -90. So does this have a light source now, or what are we doing with that? I think you need to make a material. Okay, got it. So let's make a new material. Geometry, global, bop, bop. Skeleton, skin? Load? I don't think it's skin that we need. It's surface material override. All right, so new standard material? All right, and oh, I see. All right, emission enabled. Emission color, let's make it like a white, just like pure fucking white. Let's change the building as well. Okay, so these two I need to put we need to change what it looks like as well. Because if it's already white, then it doesn't look like anything. Right? Static and then ×1. I'm sorry, I've already forgotten. Where is it? Resource. Good morning. Geometry, visibility range, sorting process. Geometry. Material override. Okay. So new standard material, and we're going to make you just jet black. Vertex color. Shading. Transparency. Albedo. Is this the thing that I need to fuck with? Yes. Okay, cool. And then is this bit also black? Great. I can't tell if it's transparent or not. Well, we don't actually have to manually drag this, do we? We know exactly how far it needs to go. Never mind. because it's relative to something that I don't know. Okay, right there. It's gonna be fiddly. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, so which that away. All right, so the windows I think should be. Oh, is it gonna have like vertex fighting? Just call that window. I think that we should only make the windows about as big as the character, right? That makes some level of sense. Top level? What happened to your card game? It was making me depressed, so I decided to play something or work on something else that was dumber and more fun. All right, so how can I tell if it's actually adding light or not? I guess we should maybe like, okay, back in what if whatever. Let's change the world environment so it actually, okay, background color sky. Oh, okay. Canvas. No. Sky. Color. It would have never met the guineas that is Baltro. What? I'm sorry? I don't understand what that sentence means. Ah, well, no one knows that for certain, do they? Maybe I'm gooder, or maybe I'm gooder than you. Okay. Maybe we just make the color kind of like black. Or like a gray. Like somewhere in here with like 100, 100, and 100. Something like that. And then reflected light is sky. Is there a full bright lamp placed? No. Sky is just going to be custom color. All right, let's make it a little bit darker. There we go. All right, now what is that ambient light from? Okay. We need to work on the rail and shit too. But can we see? Sorta. Okay. Good enough for now. So we can plonk this building in there and it will look like a thing. I just don't know where you're coming at me with the you'll never be as good as someone else shit. Because that's what that read as, and I know that's not what you meant. Can I move the position? How will Baltro ever compete with the mastery that is Call of Duty? Hello? What are you doing down there? What the fuck are you doing down there? Don't be doing that. Yeah, the window is trying to be 90 degrees from the last one, which is 90 degrees. So it's like not happy. Do you have a fucking... What? Go negative 90? I was saying that Baltra is good. Okay. Just how do you expect to ever... Yeah. Did you sign up for... No, I have no interest in signing up for more social media than I have to. For me, like, doing social media is like a job thing, and I think that it's incredibly toxic to everyone's existence. But here we are. You know? 2. What if we make it a cone? I know that's a weird thing to say about like a window, but like, what if it's like a square cone? Or like a prism? Yeah, maybe it's like a... Not like that prism, but like a different kind of prism. Like, what am I looking for? I want something that's similar to a prism, but different. Like, longer and wider. Oh, you just, like, changed the scale of it like a normal person. That's just not... So, what I want it to be is, like, I want that... I think it needs to be, like, a polygon, not a prism. Or, yeah, like a rhombus. What if it's just a straight up square and then I just have it fade? Because that's kind of what I was thinking. And then that kind of allows me to like Z-clip a bit and not have to worry about the consequences of that. You see what I'm saying? I do like the size of this window though, so I do think I'm copying that, but I think that's all that we'll do is we'll just kind of copy the size of this window. Like, actually, how big is it? 1.4 by 1.7? Okay, it's going to be different because of bullshit. Yeah, that looks right. Whatever. All right, and then how much out does it go? We kind of want it to go a bit out, and then we can put it like this. And I know this looks really wrong, but shut up. Geometry. Yeah, okay, so we've got this. Can we make it so that way it's like... How do we make it so that way it goes transparent as it goes? Is that a thing? Energy multiplier. Be very, very bright. I don't mind them kind of sticking out and such. That's fine. Especially in the beginning here. I just need graphics. Okay, so it's 14 across and each window is how big? We could figure out how many we want to do. Change the texture into transparent the closer, or less transparent, right? Like more opaque. That makes sense. I'm sure that there's already a thing for it. Okay. $14 by... Okay, 2 by Let's call it 3. Yeah, that sounds right. All right, so it's too wide. Buntime, kidnap Mike, do something. Well, neither of them are here, man. So, like, okay. Like, good. I'm glad that he's having a nice time. What do you want me to do? God damn it, it's in some weird spot again, isn't it? I wish it was like normal shit where it would just appear where I expect it to. Where are you? That's so weird that that's the way it does it. Okay. Copy and then paste. There we go. Ghost, thank you for the 21 months of support. And if I make this like a child of that, is this going to be like a fucking issue, or can we do this like super easy? Oh, we can do it super easy. All right, cool. So then now I can copy this, and then when we paste it here, it doesn't. Yes, yes, look at the building. I know that looks wrong. It's okay. This is a thing that I do normally in like art. So if I just like place the window on top of it, that gives us the exact thing. Now, it acts like there's a bit to it that's like outside the wall. We'll push it into the wall a bit in a minute. But we don't need to worry about that. Paste. We come up here, we put that there. Window 2 goes away. All right, how many more do we need to do? Like one more set? Yeah, one more set. I have that Chevelle cover of Pumped Up Kick stuck in my head because I've been listening to it like kind of nonstop because that like kind of slaps. Not gonna lie. Why do you give objects such weird names? That's just their default name in here. The main goal for today is make it so that way you can like just see my vision. Like when someone comes in and they're like, what the fuck is this? I can just play the first level and immediately it clicks. That's what I want this to be. That's what I want to do today, is make a thing that people get what I'm doing here. And so that way, like, I don't have to explain what I'm talking about when it comes to like rail shooter or whatever. All right, so now they're all on the same grid, but they're all equidistant from each other. So now we can like, I almost feel like there needs to be another set of windows going down the side, but I don't know. Nah, that's fine. All right, so this is one window set, another window set. We can just go bop, bop. I mean, can we just do this? Does this work? Yay. Good enough for government work. Let's fucking go. Moving on. Paste. Oh, I love it. It's so easy. I don't have to fight shit. All right, which way do you need to? Not that way. That away. Yeah, all right. Negative 90. Very receiver energy right now. No. Can we get a copy of this set? And then we could put this all as a subset of the building, but... Should we have windows on the ground floor? I guess so, because you're going to be seeing that more often. Listen, there's many ways of fixing this, and this is one of them. Cool. It's really dumb, but whatever. Just make the building slightly shorter. All right, now where is the floor? All right, so if we put it there, half of 26.76 is what? How goes the level creation? I'm making a building. Once I make the building, we just go blah, 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 all over the plane. And we'll have level. Not a terribly interesting looking level, but it's a start, you know? I think we put some street lamps in, some shit like that, maybe a traffic light. But I don't know if I actually want to spend the time and energy making a traffic light in this. Because this may not be the right way of doing that. Divided by 2 is 13.38. So you need to go up to 13.38. Because that's half of your height. Oh, no. There you go. All right, so now you're in line with the floor, apparently. This looks great. Now make it look more phallic. No. All right, so we have a building now. It should probably have a hitbox. Let's go ahead and add one of those. Probably for nothing, but collision shape, and then we're gonna make it a big old box. Oh, this has to be like the subset of an area 3D or something, right? So let's just change this type to area 3D. And then we change this to a box shape. And then how big is this thing again? Everything's 14 except for this one. Do you really need collision? I don't know yet. Probably not. But we can do a stupid collision, not like make it like... And then 13.38. Good enough. This way it can kind of block shots. It's not going to be perfect. It doesn't block the shots on the rooftop area, but we have a collision shape for it. All right, now what are you griping about? Please make it a scale uniform on all axes. Oh. Or else it may not work right. Shame. Okay. Building added. Save scene as. New folder. What do you call the thing where you put all the shit that goes in levels, but not the levels themselves? Props. Thank you. Okay, let's make another one, and let's make it like 3D scene. Let's make a road, and like sidewalk. I think this should be pretty easy to pull off. So this needs to be an area 3D. And this is also just a way to cull some of the bullets in case if they like shoot and miss and hit the building instead. It should be fine. Node 3D, add child, collision, shape. I don't give a shit. We'll worry about it in a minute. You are a flat plane or something. Box. All right, and then add child node. GPU particle collisions. Oh, that sounds confusing. All right. Mesh instance. I'm not sure how to do the road yet. Can I just be honest? I'm not sure what the correct way of doing that would be. Oh, I should probably pick what kind of mesh it's going to be. Let's make a quad mesh. That's just flat. -90 apparently. Let's get some Doom music going. Doom Eternal soundtrack. Because that's the kind of energy I want this to have. I sent Rev a thing. What'd you send me?
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you. Rip and tear until it is done.
Yeah! Turn that down just a bit so I'm not fighting it, but... That's about a street. I guess we could make it like 14 times 2 is what? 28? Let's make it an even 30. So that way there's some space between the buildings. How big is the street? The street is 10 across. So that means that this needs to be positioned out 10? No. Oh, just 5 because it's right on the edge of it. And that puts it like... Good. Yeah, that looks good. Collision shape, I just need a flat plane, it turns out. Is that not a thing? World boundary shape 3. Okay, that's under the floor for some reason, but we can bring it up in just a second. And then this scale should probably just be like... maybe 0.5? I'm gonna bring it up just a bit so I can see it. Okay, so it's a little on the small side. Let's do like 0.6. And then raise it up. Okay, cool. That looks good. How do I... ah, there it is. New standard material. Yeah. Good enough for government work, again. All right. We now have to do the hard part, which is the River of Souls. All right. Let me pause this for half a second while I think about this. Okay, so like the River of Souls, right? Should we make it... I guess we make like... God, wooden... I kind of feel like I need to make it like... this. This is a weird comparison, but it's like the only one I can think of right now. Is these trains, right? Hold on, it's... wants to dox. Oh, it's doxing my old place. But still, I'd rather not, you know? But those wooden trains, yeah? You see how they've got like all these different little bits that we can do? I think I have to make these bits. Like a curvy bit and a short straight, a long straight, and a long curve. And then a few other like loop-de-loop kind of things. But I think I have to make like the soul version of this shit. Right? So we need to make a So I know we already have a River of Souls. What does the script do? We actually don't want the River of Souls to have that anymore, because I decided to make it so that way the player actually does move, which will make things a lot easier for me to do. Test River has what involved here? We have the guide marker, a poly for the ground, a mesh instance of that. Okay, all right, got it. I think we save as a new scene. River Souls long straight. All right, let's look at what I've created real quick. Get over there. Right, okay. And then we've got this collision shape here. If collision, move and collide, velocity, data. If collision, print, game speed. And then we have a collision shape. What are you? That one. Okay, we don't need this anymore. The guide marker we can make invisible when we don't need it, but we should have it just in case if we do need it. The marker... remove detach script. Detach script. Okay, so we don't need any of that shit. Okay, cool. Where it is needs to stay put. Okay. And then, so this will be 2 as well. All right, on this mesh instance, oh, that's, well, my character can't actually move. So that's a problem. He can only rotate the world with him. So We'd have to put him on a rail to get him to walk around the like town, but we can fly around like this and it'll be fine. All right, so let's make the actually, can I load a shader? Hold on. I made a really shit version of it the other day. Oh yeah, no, we're still working on adding stuff. It's like right now it's very flat. It needs to be more teal, yeah? I don't know as if we want it to emboss. What if we skip the emboss? Maybe not screen, maybe multiply? Dodge? Darken? Difference? I hate that I know you're talking about. Multiply? Oh, maybe it's just overlay. I think I need another layer that's just blue at the bottom. This is good enough for now, right? Yeah. I think it's just add. All right, so now we save this. Export material for Godot. Canvas item? We also need to come up. This is a really weird thing that I'm trying to do, but what if we need to figure out a way to do.
Once the spirit is broken and enough pain has been
I don't remember what I was going to say. Brio, that's it. River O Souls. Color might not be right, but it's good enough for now. Let's minimize it for a second and then reopen Godot. And then go, oh, load. Shaders, River O Souls. What's your problem? That doesn't look like shit. What? Why aren't you blue? We're working on the shoot gun game. Oh, hold on. I got an idea of how I can fix this. This is just a collision shape that needs to be... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Suck my nuts then. Mesh instance does need to be scaled to that, but what if we did it where we just scaled the mesh instance to the other thing rather than the other way around? Collision shape, cool. All right, so then this has to be 2. Okay, that's basically what we did, but then I want the collision shape to just be scaled normal. And now you don't have any problems, right? We're gonna be cool. Did I add the material to the collision shape? I probably did. That sounds like a thing I'd do. Kind of wish that the mesh instance, you know what? There's no reason to make it so that way the mesh instance is connected to the body of the collider. It would be convenient if I could do that without it being an ass pain, but I can't, so I don't. Is that what's going on, or what is this? Okay, that's fine. I don't know why you're having a problem, though. Transform, be normal. Cool. And actually, now the mesh actually links up. So we added it to the mesh. Oh. Okay. Do it then. UV scale, UV offset, variation, texture. Oh, what has happened here? Is the editor set to show shaders? Editor settings? Shader. Restore shaders on load. Visual. Okay. There's something very weird with that there. I'm not sure what's going on with the skulls themselves, but they look like they're getting fucked. Might be show on runtime. Maybe. Add child node, camera. Transform, position, rotation, down. Just look down. Look down. Okay. Anyway, run this scene. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Right. We should probably have some lights, and we should also probably make it so that way the mesh itself has light. Geometry, global illumination, dynamic 8 times. It's very bright. I don't know if that's what that does. All right, let's try it again. I still don't see it. All right. It's probably with the way that I've got the camera set up. But this is not picking up any... Oh, okay. The surface, so the material override for the geometry needs to be the shader, I think. I don't think I did it right. Material. One of these fuckers will work. Transparency 0. Cast shadow off. Add a sun or a light point. Well, I want it itself to be a light point. We saw that as an option, right? Let's put the music back on.
Only when the human has lost all will it be transferred to the soul extraction chamber. The demons only utilize a portion of the resources that come from the human soul. It was the Makers and the Sentinel Priests who discovered and unlocked the true power of the essence. They combined Sentinel and Hell energies together, refined and created Argent. With it they did wondrous things. Saved
You should try add emission to the shader. Maybe that's it.
and gave infinite power to those worthy of it.
Let's try multiply instead. And then export again. We're just gonna add random shit. Okay, never mind then. Global illumination is for light bounces. Okay. Add UV. Don't know what that does. We're gonna put that all back because I don't know what it's doing. It doesn't look like there's an emit node here. Glow? What else could it be called if not emit? Maybe this is like the wrong thing. Dynamic, static PBR, 3D PBR. Ah, emission, yes. Albedo, teal. Wait, how do I connect this? Oh, this is a green connector, and I need to connect it through to a purple one. Just use the albedo? Right, but like... Let's make this only emit like 50, because 100 seems like a lot. Especially because it seems to be out of 1. Alright, this is not going to have it where it actually does what I need it to, but it's okay. Load. Why aren't you teal? Okay. I can't figure out why the shader's not working right now. Maybe we just do like a generic teal one for now. How did we fuck with that earlier? Oh, it was like a new standard material, right? Maybe a little bit of green in it. I don't know what InSim is. Let's make it a little bit transparent, because I think that would be neat. Immersive sim. Oh. Yeah, game devs doing shit to, like... make their game more realistic and getting in trouble is pretty normal. I think I figured it out. Static PBR material, is that what I want? Maybe. This can only go up to 12. All right, export material, Godot 4 standard. Shaders, River of Souls, overwrite. Okay. All right, texture, load. New placeholder, new canvas texture. Can I save it as a canvas texture? Dynamic. There we go. Level looks a little flat. Hope that's some help. Thanks. I'm not sure what's going on there. Alpha. That transparency is a little too much. By all means, it should be emitting now. Right. I'm sorry? Can we at least see it? No. No idea. Also, I don't know if I want this thing to be flat. Can I be real with you guys? Like, I kind of feel like it should be a little curvy. Rimmed trail. Flat. Can you rotate? Okay, so this is gonna be 222. Good. That looks good. Curve? Oh, I see. Huh. Shape. All right, so let's do what we said we were gonna do and make it long, because this is supposed to be the long one. So let's do 40, because that's the length of a street. Maybe like the buildings are what, 14 across? I think we figured out. So let's do 14. Five sections. All right, so collision shape, can you be significantly longer? Like, is that going to be something you're cool with, or are you going to be bitchy about this? I would prefer if the River of Souls was, like, good, but this is fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Don't worry about that. All right, get rid of the camera, because we don't actually need that. All right. Let's work on our first level, then. Oh, right. This needs to be in the player's head. That'll do. Okay. Okay, so we've got the rail set up. We've got the guy ready to go. We've got the world environment as this kind of like gray. So now we just start dragging in shit. So props, building, street. That looks pretty stylish. Like, that looks pretty rad right now, I'll be honest. So now we add... All right. I think it would be rad to jump off a building. Oh. We don't want that right now, but that's neat. Oh, I see. All right, so when we add another node down here, and then we need to make it so that way this like kind of curves a bit. What's funny is the collision box is actually going to help us not die. Initially, let's just make sure that this bitch works. I'm sorry, what? Oh. We're having that issue where the player's looking the wrong way. Hey gang, what's this game about? Shoot gun, go fast. Don't shoot gun good enough, go slow, die. Sounds pretty gamer. Yeah, the idea for today is I'm trying to make a level that I can just show people, so when people show up in chat and they're like, what the fuck are we doing? I can be like this, and then show them the level, and it's rad, and they're like, oh shit, I came. So we're just gonna make him go the other direction, because I don't know how to turn him around. Fixing that is going to be more annoying than trying to figure out why that's the case, so... Whip! Alright, this is going to look like ass because we're going to clip into the building and it's going to cause problems, but I just want to make sure we're looking the right way. Okay, cool. Good. He's quite big for the size of the building. Yeah, the building might need to be bigger. Also, I think that this building is like not touching the ground or something. Not sure what's going on there. Oh, it's just not all the way up against the, Okay. We're not Bethesda. We can fix these little gaps in terrain and shit. We don't just, like, go, fuck it, good enough, and then throw it out the door. If we make these buildings dependent on the city block, then we can just move the city block around. So I'm going to delete this because it's actually going to be more annoying to do it the way I was going to do it. Let's copy this building, paste it, and move it across the street. And then this one, copy and paste, and also just move across the street. Again, let's just whip, 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 whip. Okay. So right in the beginning, you're just... That sidewalk is tiny. It's... Okay, yeah, it's a little small. That looks good to me. You know? Like, I know it's not that exciting yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Also, I'm going to fix one piece of code, and I swear to God, it's faster than you could possibly imagine for me to fix. It's going to take me longer to find where the thing is than it is to fix it. Player. All right. So we're going to call this faction shoot. We're going to call faction shoot action shoot. Since I didn't have the GitHub set up yet, I just was like, hey, you know what I should do? I should just make it so that way I copy the correct shoot gun in and then go from there. We're going to increase the speed of the gun as well. This is like the default gun. And then this is the code for like customizable guns. We don't have it going yet. And so it calls the like what gun shoot. And because it's calling action shoot, not faction shoot, it'll work. Okay, so back to 3D view. We should be able to shoot the gun and make it make sounds. That's weird. Right. Not sure why that's not working right now. Oh, that's why. I'm stupid is the problem. That ends up being the issue quite often, actually. Okay, cool. It makes gun sounds now. I think I might lower the volume of the gun sound, though. Just a bit. How about, like, -4 decibels? Yeah, that's good. We could fix the sidewalk real quick. Let's call it 1.5. I think that should be good. And then we'll do, let's call this 6 now. Oh, no, it'd be, 5.75. Right. Cool. And then this one, 5.25. No, 5.75 as well. But negative. And then I forgot what we set the width of it to. 1.5. Okay, so this is 1.5 then. We're gonna have to fix the street in the game itself, but that's okay. We can fix that pretty easy. Anything else that needs to happen here? I don't think so. All right, now take the street out of the city block for a second. We're gonna move them back ever so slightly. We ain't Bethesda. We're gonna fix this before launching. And I'm not gonna remember to do it, so we're doing it now. Just get that lined up. That's better. Okay. Actually, we could just take the transform of the other one, right? So it's the Y value that we need to fix. The Y is currently set to this. Okay. Yeah, I know. But, you know, I had an opportunity to dunk on Bethesda, so I figured I'd take an option to do so. We don't have, like, back alleys or anything, but I mean, whatever. We'll fix that in a minute. We'll come up with something for that. Jiggle, do I need to see this right now? Yeah, that is me right now. We don't need to learn Blender for this bit. We will need it for the enemies. I don't trust to make the enemies look good with what we got. Okay, so now we can just take city block and copy, paste it. Oh, it's only the length of 2 buildings, so it's not gonna mesh quite right. All right, so then we take the city block out of the city block. Oh yeah, I used to use the Oblivion arrow dupe trick like often. Okay, so I've decided that I'm going to put it right about there, and we'll put this one right about across the street from it. So where is this transform wise? So this is the Z. Can mathematically know that we are correct. How about negative 1.5? Perfect. Yeah, that's good. Just delete one street and stretch the other? No, this just allows me to connect it up with other shit. Alright, so we're gonna have you go down this thing here. It'd be cool if I could make it so that way it didn't reorient itself and it just went to where...
Super shotgun is nearby. A relic from your past. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
We got to make a little bit of a curve. What is this red line about? Oh, that's like the origin line. Like, I'm kind of, like, what I was envisioning was more or less this stark of black and white. And that way, when we make the enemies, like... Well, let's do it right now. I'm going to change this color of this enemy, his mesh instance, to be a color. New skin. Not new skin. What am I looking for? Surface material. New standard material, and they're gonna be... What color should enemies be? Like red? Let's try red. This does make it a bit hostile to like red-green colorblind people, but we could just make it so that way we change the albedo of this, and it should work. Oh, I'm so excited for this bit. I do have to pee, so give me like a minute and I'll be right back. 1 minute. That literally took one. You could make a hue shift enemy shader? Yeah, if I just make an enemy shader and then have all of the enemies have the same shader, then it should be fine. I think I can figure it out. Okay, I don't want to mess with the X, I want to mess with the Y. Let's go real low. Okay, we've crashed through the floor, so we don't want that. We want to... That's that away? That's not the way I want to go. I want to go... Oh, I want to go Z. That away. but I want to have like a curve to it. Probably not in the Y direction. Oh, not in that direction either. Yeah. Okay, and then again, we're just gonna... Is there a length thing about paths? Like, can they only be over a certain, or only a certain length? Hopefully not. People are going apeshit over Pokemon cards again? Why? Like, what's happened? Was there another government stimulus check, or people just wilding out here with money that I don't have? New set drop today? Jesus. There's a shortage. I want to make this like demo bit at least like 1 street long. Like, I want to have like the full 3D rotate thing happen and go from there. I do want to make sure that I've got this right. Yeah, all right. It works, but it's a little broken. It should be doing what it needs to be doing. It'll be fine. Yeah, I think a majority of the people that you're talking about are doing resell shit. In which case, like, whatever happens, happens. River of Souls. River of Souls, long straight. Okay, so the River of Souls has no brightness to it, which is weird. What's nice about this is because it's set to the path, when we move it along the path, it should more or less try and stay in line with the path. We should probably have a short path as well ready to go, because like this current turn, I don't know how we're doing it. All right. Wait, where did that fucker go? Hello? What? What? Was it because I copy pasted one? I don't know. Oh, right. We don't need to have a... That's really annoying that it keeps moving, and I'm not sure what's causing that. It's like every time I reset it or something. It makes sense, but I hate it. I want you to right off the bat see that you need to be rotate and 3D shift, you know? So we're gonna make it so you're forced to do it almost immediately. I also want it to just be like, go, kill. Let's make this 90 to the floor. Because we're pretty much going straight up and down anyway. Okay, I'm gonna click on the city block for half a second, and then I'm gonna save all scenes. Okay, didn't move it. Now, if I get rid of the guide marker, and then we go back to the... Why do they keep moving? There's nothing to control Z here. Yeah, that should work. All right, attaching it to the path seems to cause problems. Well, I don't want to make a new mesh for the River of Souls, because the River of Souls actually needs to have this hitbox below it. Hello? Oh, okay. There's like methods to my madness. And then if we need to add anything like streetlights or fire hydrants or any of that kind of shit. Now, we got to figure out why. Okay, please don't fuck up again. Neat. Okay, cool. So that's the way to do it. If we get rid of the orbs, it'll look good. So let's figure out why the River of Souls is not glowing. Because it looks like the building, its windows glow. Energy multiplier on emission. Okay. Transform. Mesh instance. Right, okay, so... Emission on, multiply, or add? Add, okay. I bet you that's the issue, is it needs to be add, not... Oh, it's like kind of hard to see it because it's so bright. Okay. You can be a little bit calmer about that shit. So this could be a little bit darker in order to make up for the fact that it glows real bright. Okay, so now if we go with this and then we save it, the River of Souls now actually kind of works. Okay, good enough. Yeah, I'm not planning on buying a second Switch unless if there's like a reason to. Okay, so this node will work. And it starts just after you make the jump, so you're already going to be landing on it, assuming you don't press A or D. But if you do that, you're stupid. Like, I can't help you. Negative 90 appears to be the correct answer. So those little like things need to connect. And then we just shove this bitch down the line. And I'm tempted to say that we rotate this guy just ever so slightly. We need to have like a way of showing this curve. We can do that later. We don't have to worry about it just now. All right, let's see if it looks right. Again. Zoom. Yeah. So we do need to have the path rotate. So I think that means on, is it this guy? No. On the out, start rotating. On the in, maybe rotate? You're winning at coding? Oh, I am so good at coding today because it's not coding. Rotate, you bitch. Oh, tilt? Ah, that's what I needed. Tilt. Yeah, get on that roller coaster, bitch. Let's go. And then at the end of it, it just needs to be the same tilt. Negative 0.1. All right. Something weird happened. Oh, I ran out of steam because I'm not hitting the pathway like I ought to be. Because, yeah, for like a decent chunk of this, I am actually not connected to the floor. That means making a shorter... Okay, whatever, fuck it. It's fine. I'm just gonna, like, increase my speed artificially right off the bat, and we get the better hitbox for it later. Okay, so, like, okay, project setting... No, wait, not project settings. I kind of want to make a mesh that's text. Text. Mesh. Okay, and then mesh. I'm pretty sure text mesh is a thing. Yes. All right. So then how do I type things? Material, none. Text. Ah. Penis. Penis. All right. That works. New standard material. Let's give you some emission on. With your emission being green and bright. Okay, so let's make it not say penis and make it say something useful, maybe. Sounds like a good continuation of the plan. Can the penis wiggle? Doesn't. All right, hold on. Let's test it. Penis. Okay, cool. Load? Penis too small. Yeah, I think you're right. Penis. So what I want this to be is like, you learn how to play the game. Like, we don't need to have a tutorial here. I just want it to say... Okay, we need to have the path go a little bit lower, it turns out, if I want it to look like that. So this... Small penis in a big city. Okay, it's a little bit awkward looking, but we can make that. That should fix it. All right. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That's better. All right, so we probably want to change penis to be something useful. Tutorial text 1. Okay, so instead of penis, go fast, copy, paste. Oh, I don't want it to affect both of them. Oh, why you gotta be a bitch and do both? I don't want to do both. That's stupid. Fuck you. All right, fine, fine. I think it's because it's the shape of the 3D thing is like the text, and so if I change the text because it's a copy, it's dumb. I don't agree with that. I don't think it should be that way, but that's not how things work. Let's do 130 so it's a nice consistent. I'm sorry. Did you argue? Why are you arguing with me about the size of the font? Is there a limit to the size? I guess. All right. So anyway, this mesh is going to be text, go fast. Kill for speed. We also need to find a nice, like, awesome but readable metal font, I think. Recommendations. Mesh. Offset. Resource. Webdings. We're not doing wingdings. Load? Can I just steal the shader from the other thing? No? Oh, okay, I can. All right. So we go here. We go save as. Oh, okay, that's easy. Text color. All right, and then we just change this one to load shaders text color. I don't think we can use the Helvetic or the Master of the Puppets font. All right, metal font. That's pretty good. I'm sorry, what? Abolition of property and land and Helvetica Kern in Hell. How about go fast. We want something that's readable. I like this one. It's kind of like old school, but I think it's good old school. That's kind of what I was envisioning. What are the rights that I have with this? Scam call, I'm ignoring it. Oh, I have no idea how to make fonts, but that's cool. Download full version and for commercial use. Okay. We go to your website and we have to buy it for 10, 16 bucks. Okay. Okay, how about commercial use? O for offspring. What do you have for M? Molly Crew. What the fuck? Oh, it's rock. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? I don't see any font on this website that I like. Let's go back out to here. All right, browse by categories. Is there a way to go like, I don't want to pay for it? All right, how about metal? Black metal font. Black metal? That's probably too hardcore. Like, yeah, you can't read that shit. Not quickly, anyway. Thrash metal is probably more what I'm thinking. Jesus Christ. Some of these are awful. I mean, this is unreadable. Like, remember, you're gonna have... Oh, this is okay. The sketchy thing? Can I use this? Oh. Oh, I see. You have to... What about scratchy? Maybe that's what I need. Scratchy? That's not right. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we not worry about the font right now? It doesn't matter, does it? All right. Let's figure out how fast this is going as well. Kill for speed. So I think we need to back up this and that a bit. And I think we need to, we're going to have to fix this bit of the river here. This needs to actually like connect and stay connected to the path more or less, which I think is probably more of a skill issue on the placement of the path more so than anything else. So this needs to be placed like there but down. Because I think his feet end up being where the path... No, the head ends up being... Right? Wait. No, my feet are where it is. So we just put this at the feet line. Is that right? Okay, we lost a little bit of speed there, but... I just want the intro to be bombastic and... stupid. Like fast, go fast, kill them all, murder, murder, murder kind of shit, you know what I mean? Like I want you to go from like him kind of like having some like rooftop soliloquy about like I'm gonna get you, you bastard, and then like he jumps off the roof and just starts screaming, and that's when the game starts. You know, I want to say that like whatever we make the first level is like essentially what the start screen is. It's just our character looking out, you know, maybe first person off into the distance across the first level. And then from there, it's just like fucking go. And then we don't have to like make a intro screen level. It's just like you hit go and it starts. And I think that's how games should be. You can have a little bit of a plot walk up, but it doesn't need that much of one. So anyway, and then this road needs to come up a bit. That is a very sharp turn. There's something going on with the hitboxes. I'm not sure what. I think the path is also a little fucky. And I might need to eat food. Let's extend the path one more node. And then make it here, here. Oh, that's the wrong one. It should be Z that we're going down now. Z. Go that away a bunch. And then we can put an enemy in. Where is the enemy? Basic enemy, I think is what he's called. Yeah, basic enemy. You might need a little bit of color to you as well. We should also maybe have like a little bit of light. Like, can't see shit, Captain. It needs to be dark out, but maybe it can be like dark blue out. Almost black. Maybe a single point light. Just nothing that's supposed to be bright has light to it. New sky. Oh. Okay. I see. There's like a sun from above. We might want to just jam a light source in the player's head. Is that right? Maybe that's right. Add child node, light. Represents a single manually placed probe for dynamic light objects. Spotlight. Omnilight. Like a light bulb or a... Okay. Create. Light. Color. Fine. Energy. Yes. Let's make it 5, just to make it bright enough that we can see what the fuck is going on. Just jam a flashlight into your head. Save scene. Okay, now this doesn't actually have to be that bright, and this can also be, like, legitimately, like, a black or something. Oh, nice. Just random good news from in town. All right, let's see what this looks like. I love that you just... Oh, wait, hold up. Can we actually see what's going on in an area around us? I kind of forgot what I was doing and got excited to play the game. Looks like the range is too low. No, we're not Slenderman game, so we should probably actually make the range of the light thing much bigger. Light, hey, Luigi guy, how you doing? Size, big. Oh, right. We have to save for that to actually do anything, don't we? Save scene. And then... Okay. Yes. All right. Maybe the enemy needs his own light. Add child node. Omni light. Light. Red. Yes, red, no other color. Doesn't need to have a lot of glow to it, but maybe just a bit. I'm really shit at my own game. Part of it is that I can't see him. So that seems like a thing that we should do. Indirect light, maybe just crank both of these values up and see what happens. Size, yes. Light is, for the bullets, is going to be like yellow. The light can come, is inside the mesh. Oh. I see. Yeah, that would be the problem, isn't it? It's sort of working there, but it's like kind of clipping into shit as well. Let's see if this works. If this works, then you're right. Sorta. Bullet be size be bigger than the thing that you're in? I don't know. Basic enemy. Just make the light come from in front of it. That's good enough. All right. Okay, well. I feel like bullets should be like yellow or red or something. I feel like yellow makes it so that way you go. Yellow is bullet, red is, enemy. And we can make it so it's not quite so like color, but it's fine. Transparency. Let's just make this one emit color of yellow. And then we can get rid of the Omni light because I don't think it's working the way I want it to. Actually, we put the Omni Light behind it, I guess. So that way it kind of... No, actually, it doesn't look like we even need it. Yeah. Okay, so then with the basic enemy, we probably also have him... emissions on red. Okay, cool. Save all scenes. Go. Okay, looks a little shit, but it functions. The bullets are also massive. Can we shrink bullet? Transform. 0.5? Like half size? Might work. Might look a little better too. All right. All right. I don't think those were any smaller, but I think that's because of the way that they're spawned. So to fix that, we actually have to do things, and I'm not doing things today. We're gonna make it so that way it looks right. So that way I can just show people like, what are you doing? This. And then like we hit it, you know? All right, how about a new child node that is like the river? Oh, it needs to be a 3D node. Because I want to be able to like hide all of this. I want to use this like a folder effectively. I don't have time to explain to you why you wash things. Like, I just wash your ass, my dude. We are not Asmongold. We are better than that. Though Asmongold did say that Elon Musk sucked, or at least was not a gamer the other day. So there's that cool. Like, it's to make it so that way, like, the rice is stickier. Yeah, no, I would say that, like, a 24-hour clock is right once a day. And then he leaked Asmongold's DMs, which is like... Yeah, I mean, like, listen, is it that hard to go... Legitimately, I feel like the guy does not know how to play the game that he's trying to play. Sure. Transform? Where are you? Wait, where is it? Oh, it did something fucky. Don't do that ever again. Paste. There we go. All right, and then... No, Asmongold and Elon are both different flavors of fuckboy, but like for some reason he's normal right now, so like we celebrate the wins. Like we need to make like a cone path sort of thing. So that way we can do the flippies the way we ought to be doing them. see. Not that. Not that. That. There we go. Like, I'll take a win if I see a win, you know? No, you haven't missed much, man. What you testing right now? We're just building a level that sort of kind of works. Like, I'm sure he does play Path of Exile. This is like level 1, yeah. There's not much to it yet. It's just... I think that enemy needs to be put back a little bit because you're immediately thrown into it trying to kill you, and you haven't been told that... All right, let's make another text thing. Add child node. Text? Or no, it's mesh. But you make it text. Nah. No, I want... Well, I mean, we could put the enemies further down the road. Okay, Raylor actually knows, like, how bad, like, his play is. I heard someone explain it's similar to watching someone who claims to be a grandmaster not know how to move pawns in chess. How accurate would you say that is, Raylor? Like, he's skipping over shit that, like, even the most basic player knows how to do. That's accurate? That's horrifying. Like, I figured he was at least, like, he ignored the chaos. I saw the chaos orb thing. I saw Kriparian talk about it. He was out of mana for, like, half a boss fight. Oh. Oh. Press A and D to stay on path. Okay, that might be a little big. Oh, I love Arial font. Yeah, people were asking my opinion on the whole situation with Pirate Software, and I'll be real, I don't give a shit. He feels like he's right about something in World of Warcraft. I watched the video. Not being someone who knows how to play WoW, I'm like, that seems shitty, but I get why he did that. Like, But that also being said, he still needs to play the Communist Manifesto, Dami Mami Kami Adventure. And until he does that, I cannot give a shit about anything he does. I think we may just move the tutorial text for Kill for Speed later. He played suboptimally. I mean, like, he ran because they said to run, but it seemed shitty all the same. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I understand this. Joe. There's a new Joe? Joe. Hey, Joe. How you doing, man? Joe Mama. Fuck. Pitch your game to Joe. What if go fast and shoot gun? I mean, it's kind of broken right now, but that's the idea anyway. Your whole job is creating space and controlling mobs so your tank can do your job. Are the players going to have time to read the tutorial text? The more... Okay, so there's an issue right now involving the hitboxes for it letting you know that you're on path. And I'm wondering if I fucked that up when I was, like, messing around with shit. Like... Attach script. River of Souls load. So that's not what we want at all. No, that's, we don't want that script anymore. How do feet work? I think we just comment out that. Why not just call the game River of Souls? What I think I want to do to try and come up with the name is I want to I want to SEO the shit out of it and figure out what I can possibly name it that won't get bopped by YouTube. Can you make the text follow the player temporarily? Yes, that would be pretty easy to do, actually. Has overlapping bodies equals false. Okay, and then the connected, what is connected? Like, how do you know whether or not you're touching the floor or not? Lookup symbol? I don't think that this is actually hitting the... What did the real superior say? Yeah, I could do that. I mean, I'd love to give the text, like... I mean, we could give them health and then just destroy them on 0 health. That'd be very easy to code, but... I think that this is not doing anything because I don't think that the node has overlapping bodies. Why isn't that working? I'm not sure why that's happening. The scope is creeping faster than the player. Just for now. Yeah, okay. So the issue is that for some reason it's not picking up on overlapping bodies. E1M1 needs to be the placeholder music 100%. Okay. We need to fix the path. The spinning is going to be very normal. We can make it so that way it rotates with the thing. It'll be fine. Where's the last tutorial text? Okay. Tutorial text. 3, 4, no, 3. Let's give him a little bit of time to like figure that shit out, but like, thank you, Itsoki. I'm kind of hungry enough that I feel like we should stop for a bit, but I feel like this was a very good day. Like, I think we did good here, right? Like, it's not much, but I need to fix the path. Fixing the path is going to require some like weird tilt shit. Oh, I got my razor in, by the way. That's why my neck is like not. Fuck. Like I don't have neck beard anymore. So there's that. I'm pretty happy with it. I'll do some more work on it off stream. But I think that I'm going to take a quick break to heat up some food. And then YouTube? Sound good? No, we're not going to do rice and curry again. We have this, I don't know what it's called. Sweet potato?
Let's make crack today.
We're not making crack right now. Are we going to come with you to make food again? I don't think it'll take that long. Sweet potato crack. Like, I legitimately think that I could probably run like a 3-minute ad and then we could come back and do YouTube. All right, 3 minutes, BRB. Music. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I got food. It is corn and sweet potatoes with this sauce that my wife makes, and it's the best goddamn thing in the world. No idea how to explain what it is, but I love it. Let's do some YouTube watching. Just chatting. YouTube with chat suggestions. Just chatting. Done. And then I did watch the new Folding Ideas. I watched it with my wife because I really needed to see what that was about. Whoop. That is just a random number. Let's not do that. Why is chat with two T's? Done. The Jacob Geller. I don't know who that is. Off the top of my head. At the Discords. On par with the folding ideas guy. Okay. Let me see if we can get things up. What'd you call it? It was Jacob Geller? Geller. Fear of the Dark. Okay, sure. It's 50 minutes long. I kind of hate his face, but it's just because it looks familiar.
Our brains don't want us to experience total darkness.
Let's give it a go.
I don't mean this in a poetic, metaphorical way. I mean literally. There are very few places in nature where it's even possible to blot out all illumination.
Volume low.
Even a moonless, overcast night can't shut out the light of the stars. But say you're determined, dead set on escaping the glow
You
of
gotta
our
go
world,
underground.
You could head underground. In a cave, you will find dark in the truest sense, a blackness unsullied by the least bit of natural light.
Right.
Even then, alone in a cave, without a moon or sun or flashlight, your brain will fight against the dark.
Okay.
Mere hours into total darkness, humans start to hallucinate. You don't have to have a history of seeing things. Fully healthy, self-aware, otherwise lucid people will swiftly and dramatically start to hallucinate in true darkness.
Neat.
In 2004, researchers in Massachusetts blindfolded 13 participants for 96 straight hours,
Wow.
and yet the participants saw many things. Flashing lights, a rotating skull, illuminated trails following their arms.
Neat.
One woman said she saw a splotch of light, quote, in the exact form of Elvis Presley. Another woman sensed that she was standing in front of a mirror and was terrified by the sudden appearance of a green face with big eyes. A man said he saw full landscapes, trees, pebbles, running water, all in the absence of any light at all. In 2007, the German artist Marietta Schwartz blindfolded herself for over 3 weeks. Scientists monitored her over this period, during which she witnessed hallucinations as simple as leopard print and as complex as the opening credits to Star Trek.
Huh.
Scans of her brain indicated that she was not simply imagining these things, but actually seeing them. The hallucinations activating the same visual processing centers of her mind that she would use to see real leopard print or the actual opening credits to Star Trek. These experiences happened within controlled laboratory environments, but over the course of human history and art,
That's a cool
many
drug.
people have confined themselves to a much more isolated form of darkness. They too experienced their minds fight against the absence that confronted them. All of us, willingly or not, confront the dark every day. It is the bedrock of the universe, an absolute inevitability.
Nothing illegal
a
about
required
blindfolding
element
yourself for 3
of
days.
life and death and rest and time, and yet we refuse to simply perceive the dark. Rather than sit within total absence, our brains spin imagined stimuli out into the void. After all, how could there truly be nothing there? Over the years, I've talked about the depths of the earth, the stillness of the cold, the unknowable reaches of our oceans. Each of these is merely an extension of the dark. That black, that abyss, that place we cannot see is not merely a fear, it is the fear, the place from which all others are born. I had a dream, which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished,
and the stars did wander darkling in the eternal space.
In November of 2021,
I don't think
a
I can
woman
crank
named
up the video any
Beatrice
louder.
Flamini descended into a cave
It's
in the
just
south of
quiet.
Spain.
I can turn
Her
myself
intention
down so you can turn
was
the
to
rest of it
remain
up.
underground and isolated longer than any human in history. She almost did it. Flamini is notable in her submission to the dark because of her general enthusiasm for the whole process. Despite helpers bringing her food and supplies, she specifically chose not to directly communicate with the outside world. No talking with others, no updates on current events. She would have a couple battery
Oh yeah, this is really
lights, but
funny.
no clock or externally updated calendar. She would not see
I think
another human face for 500 days.
I recall hearing about this, and it was either her or someone else, like, fucked off into the woods or something like that, or went underground, whatever. And, like, they didn't hear about COVID starting? So that's got to be a lot. Imagine going into the dark and then it's like, hey, how's it go? Oh my God, there's a global pandemic.
Because she didn't bring a mirror, she would not even see her own. She was, however, provided with a pair of GoPros. She would use these to record the whole experience. Remember these. Her fixations on dark and isolation and disconnection are unusual, but not wholly unique. The man she was attempting to take the record from was named Milutin Vjokovic. He was a Serbian scientist who spent 464 days in a row inside a cave. Vjokovic had a radio through which he could talk to people outside, but that communication did not spare him the effects of the dark. He hallucinates. His hair grows long and ragged. He pulls out his own teeth.
Oh!
Or there's the French speleologist Michel Siffre. In 1962, he ventured into a cave for 2 months straight. A decade later, he returned to the dark for another 6. He found that his perception of time inevitably warped. Weeks after he entered the cave, he tried to mentally time 2 minutes, and it took him 5. Occasionally, he stayed awake for 36 hours in a row.
Jesus.
Though he didn't know it. When he was retrieved from the cave, he was surprised. Why are they pulling him out? Isn't he only halfway through? My psychological time had compressed by a factor of 2. When Flamini emerged from the cave in 2023 after a year and a half of residence, she seemed thrilled with her time. She told writer D.T. Max that her stay was excellent, unbeatable. She took a series of medical exams and all her vitals were normal. Her attitude seemed almost unbelievable. She hadn't been affected at all by her year in the dark. But the GoPros tell another story. The first thing they document is her loss of time. On day 38 of the experiment, she says to the camera, "I'm convinced that if I get past day 30, it's a done deal." Then the auditory phantoms enter the picture. She begins to hear things, or more specifically, she begins to hear a thing. This is not paranoia. This is not hallucinations, she whispers to her GoPros. If it's an animal, it's a big animal. She was always alone in the cave. To enter, one had to rappel down a 200-foot sheer drop, but she was convinced there was something there with her. 300 days in, Flamini breaks. She blames the router researchers had placed in the cave, says that it's sending out sonic waves that are giving her nosebleeds. She climbs out of the cave but stays confined to her tent at the entrance. Assistants replace the router. She goes back in. And the more she talks about the dark, the more her initial report, excellent, unbeatable, seems like an attempt to rationalize, maybe even repress, her true experience. She later admits, "I didn't exactly lose consciousness, but the darkness saps you of life. The solitude, the social uprooting, it consumes you. You eat, you down nutrients, but you consume yourself." Because of Flamini's brief exodus from the cave, she fails her record attempt. Vjokovic's 464-day stay in the 60s still bests her, but I wonder how much the record matters to her now. How much importance she puts on the exact amount of time she spent in the dark. The cameras, the other scientists, they monitored how long she was down there. But Flamini experienced something different. A while ago I was born. A while ago I was going to visit Mongolia. There is no past, there is no future. Everything is present, everything is a while ago, and it's all brutal and strange. Michel Siffre was more blunt about his time in isolation in what he called the terrifying sensation of infinite space. He wrote, "I now understand why in their myths people have always situated hell underground." And this is the language of the people most eager to explore the dark. Here's an obnoxious question for you. Can you see the dark?
Okay. This sounds fun. I know that's not the right take for what I'm experiencing right now, like, or what we're listening to, but neat. Like, I don't think I'd go for the record, but I could see myself maybe taking a couple weeks stay in like a hole in the ground. My other question is like, what the fuck do you do all day? You could outlast Saddam? Well, I mean, I already did that. How long did he stay underground? Goon to hallucinations? Sleep, jerk off? I mean, yeah, I guess you would just kind of sleep and eat. I wonder if I'd kill myself. I don't know. Like, how long can you sit there? I mean, yeah, I guess Saddam Hussein has spent a significant amount of time underground. Did they bury him? Like, you know, after he died. Well, I mean, like, she had a little light on. So, like, I don't know as if that, like, it kind of feels bullshit that she had a light down there. I mean, like, I get it, but also, like, I feel like anyone starting out with struggling with depression, like, I feel like it's like a coin flip on whether or not it would cure me or fuck me up worse. Social isolation legit fucks you up extremely. If you want to know why gamers TM are the way they are, it's part of the answer. What if I go, I'm going to go spend 2 weeks in a cave, y'all, and then, like, I come out and 2 weeks later I'm real racist just for no reason. Just like, I learned a lot of things in the dark, in the pit, in the hole, and now I'm racist. That's fucking insane. That's what the science lady did, I guess. I mean, yeah, if I became racist, you should probably unfollow me, yes. I love the idea of just being in a hole. Like, just go into a hole for a bit, you know? I don't know, it sounds nice. Our day-to-day lives are too built up around, like, like, do this thing, do that thing, you know? YouTube check, I see you, man. Like, we gotta have some time to just, like, I don't know, just vibe and do whatever we want to do. What if I just want to, like, yeah, what if, like, I mean, like, they went into a straight up cave with, like, a lamp, right? Why not just, like, throw yourself down into a hole? As someone who's experienced sensory deprivation before, you do not want that. Yeah, I guess you can just get into a sensory deprivation tank and see if that sucks. Twitch chat might have frozen. Yeah, it looks like the restream chat is dying. Like, I kind of have always wanted to live in a hole. Seems cheap. It seems like, you know, there's a lot of real estate. Lock yourself in the darkest closet for 12 hours. I mean, I guess that's a thing. I have a hard time, like, vibing with my own thoughts. Hobbit thoughts. I would love to be a hobbit. I think hobbits have the life figured out. Like, I don't know if that's what Tolkien was going for, but smoking weed and, like, eating good food and partying, all day, every day. Sounds awesome. You know? Like, why is... They're also in a community. Yeah, I know. It's great. Twitch chat broke on stream. Yeah, I'm aware. It looks like Restream's just dying. Because I can, like... There's nothing I can really do about it. He was against industrialization, and the hobbits are personified in that. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if he was actually about it or not. Yeah, it looks like just chat isn't moving for some reason. There's other streaming services. True, true. Halflings are cool. Especially D&D halflings. They worship a goddess that says you should love and take care of each other and support those who need it. But also, if anyone tries to fuck with you, it's cool to fight back. Oh yeah, no, me and that goddess, we're cool with each other. I'm about that life. I'm gonna put up my plate, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna talk about living in a hole. Yeah, I think this is something as a small thing that I might want to try. Not like, maybe you build up to 2 weeks, you know? Maybe do like a couple hours.
Well, is water wet? Can you see the dark? Say I have a room in my house without illumination. The door is open, but no light can make it past the threshold. Are we seeing darkness in that room? Or would it be more accurately described as an absence of perception? I don't have an answer for you, not one that would meaningfully change your experience of the dark. Semantical explanations can't contend with lizard brain fear instincts. But can you see the dark is a revealing question because it breaks down all the abstract language we so often use to talk about it into a single base anxiety. Here's how I would describe the fear of dark once you suck all the poeticism out of it. Either there is nothing there, or there is something there. That's it. That's all there is. Either the dark conceals something, or the dark reveals nothing. As a kid, I'd occasionally punish myself by reading some of the most frightening works of American literature ever published.
What does science even define darkness as? I don't know. That's a great question. Like, where is the line? I would assume that there's like, you have lumens, right? That's the measure of how bright something is. So I would assume that it's like 0 Kelvin, where it's like 0 lumens would be like legitimately you can't see anything. There is an absence of photons, like light particles or whatever, in the room with you.
Stories to Tell in the Dark book series. They are rightfully most remembered for their illustrations by Steve.
We went to Inner Space Caverns in, I'm going to say Austin, but close enough. It's not Austin. It's the middle of nowhere, kind of near Austin is more accurate. But anyway, Inner Space Caverns. It's a touristy little like jaunt underground. It's like they've got a section of the caves lit up and stuff like that so you can see. But they do a bit where they go, okay, everyone stay still. We're going to turn off the lights so you can see what true darkness is. And that is something that sticks with you because, like, you know, when you look at a light, like, if you stare at a light for too long, like, it kind of burns like a look into your eyes. Like, you can see the light from the, you know, whatever. You can still see the ring from, like, my ring light or, like, the light behind me or whatever. But, like, imagine just all of your sight going from that, where it's just, like, you have, like, this image of a area that slowly fades. Like, it instantly goes, obviously. But, like, you still try and continue perceiving the light that was there for just a minute. And as soon as you start moving your head, you start noticing that, like, you don't remember exactly where those lights were because your head's moved. You can still orient yourself based on your original position, but it's not quite perfect. It's not that, like, your eyes are doing it, it's like the way my brain processed the fading of the image. It's wild shit.
Stephen Gamel, inky works of absolute cruelty that elevated otherwise pretty benign spooky stories. But there was one notable exception. On page 45 of More Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark by Alvin Schwartz, there's a story called The Voice. It is 114 words long. I'm now going to read it to you in its entirety. Ellen had just fallen asleep when she heard a strange voice. "Ellen," it whispered, "I am coming up the stairs. Now I'm on the first step. Now I'm on the second step." Ellen got scared and called her parents, but they didn't hear her and they didn't come. Then the voice whispered, "Ellen, I'm on the top step. Now I'm in the hall. Now I'm outside your room." Then it whispered, "I'm standing right next to your bed."
That's cool.
And then, "I've got you!"
Aww.
Ellen screamed and the voice stopped. Her father rushed into the room and turned on the light. "Somebody is in here," Ellen said. They looked and looked. Nobody was there.
Okay.
This story ruined my goddamn life.
I'm sorry, what? That's it? I guess it's a children's one, but, like, I've got you? I feel like there was a little bit more story that could happen. That was good, but yay. More. Keep going.
I was particularly susceptible, I guess. My childhood bedroom was immediately at the top of a flight of stairs. I didn't close my door at night for some reason. And so instead, I would lay in bed and stare down the flight of stairs, darkness pooling at the bottom, and I would think about the two options. There's nothing there, or there is something there. This anxiety is leveraged.
Yeah, I've got you was the bit that was like...
Most relevant to our previous discussion of Flamini and the underground is Neil Marshall's 2005 classic, The Descent.
Oh, yeah, I need to watch this one. Actually, hold on. I should probably not watch The Descent before going into sensory deprivation. That seems like an absolutely bad idea to go, I should watch the movie about dying in the dark.
Phobic subterranean darkness for nearly an hour before revealing its cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. The composition of these before scenes is wonderfully minimal. Often nearly the entire frame is left black. A single headlamp may provide some light, but only enough to highlight the surrounding dark. Many scenes are horribly rooted in their physical space, like this skin-crawling push through a tunnel.
That's not the origin of the Chud. Chud came out before then.
The frame simultaneously.
Chud was a movie and all on its own.
Everything outside the confines of this tunnel exists only as a void, an amorphous threat always on the verge of swallowing the
Yeah, that's where it came from originally, yes.
The descent does have an easy escape for the viewer, though. For as tense as it is, we can reassure ourselves, never in a million years would I put myself in that position. That reassurance ceases to work when darkness...
Like, I think it's more the fact that the world could literally physically collapse on me, crushing me in a... like... Earth colon Earth sandwich does not sound fun to me. You know? It's the crawling around in the tiny holes that I'm like, I don't know about that.
Envelops the domestic. This is why I couldn't shake Schwartz's The Voice. This is still where my most visceral fears manifest. Gerald's Game is a fairly middling Stephen King book that happens to contain one of the most electrifyingly scary scenes he's ever put to paper. The book centers on Jessie, a woman left handcuffed to her bed after her husband unexpectedly dies whilst preparing for coitus. Unable to escape the cuffs or leave the bed, Jessie is left alone in a cabin, too remote to call for help. As the book goes on, she flickers in and out of reality, mixing her present predicament with her life's previous traumas. And then she meets someone else.
Oh, that's good.
She passes out in the evening and wakes in the middle of the night, her arms stiff, her muscles cramping after hours of being handcuffed. She starts to talk to herself. How long can she go without food? How long can she go without water? And then she stops. Her eyes, which had been wandering aimlessly across the darkened room, locked on the far corner, where the wind-driven shadows of
I feel like you could probably break the cuffs, or at least the banister.
There was a man standing there. Terror greater than any she had ever known crept over her. Her terror had blown her mind.
Yeah, I think it's like, what? 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without water. What is it? It's 333. Like, and I know those are like, I can break these cuffs. You can't break these cuffs. Ah! What a great video. I mean, yeah, if you break your hands, at least you're not stuck anymore. 3 weeks without food. I think you can 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food, 3 minutes without air. What's the hour one? Is there not an hour one? 3 weeks without food. Yeah, speaking as someone who went, like, what, a week without food once because of ADHD and I forgot. I was not doing well. Oh, shelter. 3 hours without coming. That could be it too. If I'm not just constantly jerking in, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Temporarily clean from wall to wall and ceiling to floor. No sound escaped her, not even the smallest squeak. She was as incapable of sound as she was of thought. She didn't black out, didn't even come close to it. But that mental emptiness,
yeah, I'm sure it's
total physical.
I don't think you should treat that as like gospel, but like it's kind of a vibe, you know? Like, if you have any sort of like fat content on you that your body can cannibalize to keep you alive, then you might survive a little bit longer, you know? Yeah, it's like once you've gone like 3 days without water, like you're in a bad way. You should probably fix that. Like, you know something's wrong.
Incapacity that accompanied it were worse than a blackout. when thought did attempt to return, it was at first blocked by a
Same,
dark,
Twink.
featureless wall of fear. A man in the corner. It's absurd how many of my own childhood anxieties manifested as little more complicated than a man standing in the corner at night. A coat over a chair, a shadow across a bookshelf, a creak of the floorboards, all would near
What's going on with the
become
lighting
that
in his
most
video?
horrifying of apparitions, a man in the corner. And like I did, Jesse immediately
Like, what the fuck is going on? Can you be good?
tries to talk herself out of it. She's being crazy, she thinks. It's just the dark and moonlight and her own psyche manifesting horrors. But she doesn't believe her own rationalizations. She can feel him, slow waves of malevolence emanating from the
I can't turn it up anymore. I'm very sorry. I'm gonna turn myself down to match it instead.
corner of the room.
Ba, 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 ba. That should be
Kitty
better.
Horror Show's Anatomy, an indie game I've spoken about at length before, manifests this same anxiety. The player, after wandering around a cold, dark house, finds themselves trapped in the bedroom, and the narrator intones, "It is here, in the bedroom, that we are at our most vulnerable. Anything might stand beside us, watch us, keep us company until dawn, and we would never perceive it. We can only pray that the house will not let
You don't
such
have to
things
like
carry on
repeat
while
it.
we
I can
sleep.
hear the
It
thing.
is here that the house is most likely to betray us." There is a unique menace that a room can hold in the dark, particularly when suddenly awoken into it. The ordinary turned uneasy, familiar corners now posing a single dreadful question. Is there nothing there? Or is there something there? It's the same reason, and I'm embarrassed to even admit this, that I hate looking out windows at night. My body tenses up at the idea that the nothing outside could suddenly hold something. A man standing in the corner. In Ian Reid's book, I'm Thinking of Ending Things, the protagonist describes an incident in which she awoke in the middle of the night, looked out her window, and realized something.
I think I'm less afraid of the fella in the dark and more excited to be the fella in the dark. Just that's weird of me, and I'm aware of it, but I'm just saying, like, when he's describing that guy in the corner, I'm like, teh, that could be me. I could be the little guy. I could be the little fella hanging out in the corner freaking someone out. Not on purpose, but just like, you know. Yes, God, I love walking the streets at night. Holy shit, it's so good. Like, it's quiet. Like, the world still exists, but it's gone to sleep. It's somewhere else right now. It's not, you don't have to run into the world. You can just enjoy it. Sort of like walking around. I mean, it's not really because it's a liminal space, but it does have some things similar to it where you can do stuff.
One was standing outside. A tall man, so tall in fact that his head was above the top of the window. But despite this, she is sure he can see her. In Anatomy, the narrator analogizes windows as the eyes of a house, says it's hard to shake the feeling of being watched when encountering the light.
I think that I like night walks and being out at night because I do think that some of that is because I'm a guy and I feel comfortable being outside. I wonder how many people saying I like night walks are also like guys.
Windows of a tall,
Like,
dark manor. They describe the windows as eyes, as gazing out at their surroundings. But at night, when I'm alone, I can't help but feel that they've turned inward, that it is now the dark that watches me through each window. The protagonist of I'm Thinking of Ending Things watches
Driving at
the
night's
tall
good too.
man outside for a long time, maybe an hour, and then, unexpectedly, subtly, he waves. The wave changed everything. It had an effect of malice, as if he were suggesting I could never be completely on my own, that he would be around, that he would be back. After that, I thought it would reoccur.
Yeah, I would imagine that
appear
that is
again,
scary.
Watching, but it didn't. Not at my window, anyhow. But I always felt like the man was there. The man is always there. Back in Gerald's game, Jessie continues to stare at the shadows in the corner forming the shape of a man. Her mind untethers.
What is fucking going on with his light in his room here? Like, it's so noticeable because we're talking about the darkness, but like there's something weird. Like, it doesn't look intentional. It keeps like shifting and it's like in stages. You know? It's weird. What are you doing?
Changed in the dark when a person
It
was
looks
alone.
bad. Like his
Notes
camera
that some
can't
men and
adjust.
women have seen in the hour of their solitary deaths. Is it so hard to believe that some of them may have died of fear, no matter what the words on the death certificates say? The shadow doesn't speak. But
See?
it leans
Look at
forward
that.
into the moonlight, out of deniability. It smiles. And something in Jessie's mind makes a decision. Some part of her brain
The inconsistency
senses
is
that
annoying.
this dark is too deep, that any more time here will somehow break her irreversibly. A piece of her starts running for these circuit breakers in her head, racing against the panels of her psyche that have begun to smoke. That small piece of her mind throws the breaker because fear-induced unconsciousness is preferable to even one more second in that room with that man in the corner. There was an intolerably bright flash inside her head, and then the lights went out. The largest blackout in history happened on the 31st of July, 2012. It doubled the previous record, which just happened to have been set the day before. At about 2:30 a.m. on July 30th, an electrical line in India running from Bina to Gwalior tripped off. The line's failure immediately cascaded across northern India's grid. Plants in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, Uttarakhand, Jammu, Kashmir, and more all went down.
Wow.
In total, 300 million people lost power. Trains stopped on their tracks. Water treatment plants ceased functioning. Hospitals went dark. For most, the outage lasted less than a day. 80% had power back by that evening. Well, they did for almost 12 hours. On July 31st, a similar sequence of failures occurred, except this time it...
Someone a minute ago said this guy looks like me and Billy Mitchell's kid. And like, yeah.
didn't stay confined to the northern power grid. Weakened from the previous day, the extreme load pulled down the northeastern and eastern grids as well, plunging literally 670 million people.
I mean, I'm just thinking about the size of this thing.
Further context, twice the current population of the United States. Infrastructure ground to a halt once again. Trains, hospitals, water, all kaput. In a true nightmare scenario, 200 workers were trapped in a coal mine in West Bengal. Their elevator to the surface suddenly non-functional.
Oh, God.
It cannot be overstated how much the advent of electrical lighting has changed our functioning as humans. Our pattern of sleep, formerly segmented into multiple shorter periods, has been artificially stitched into one extended rest. We've used our ability to define the night as an opportunity to redefine ourselves. We are no longer creatures built in parallel to the rising and setting sun. The lights only go out when we choose. But it's an impermanent change. Take away electricity, return a human to a day defined only by the sun and the moon, and their sleep will return to a pre-industrial schedule, 2 shorter sleeps separated by hours of gentle wakefulness. It is alarming how thin the line is between self-definition and submission to the schedule of the solar system. In India in 2012, 500 million people suddenly returned to a dark beyond their choosing. It is one overloaded line and an interconnected series of power plants. In 2014, the Wall Street Journal reported on a leaked report from the U.S. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
I'm sorry, how long was it without hours? 12 hours? I guess, like, we had... I'm thinking about, like, when we had the snow. Do you have ambient settings set on, I mean, who knows? Ambient mode off, thank you. I bet you that's part of it.
The report detailed the vulnerabilities of the country's electrical system. Namely, even though
Yeah.
the U.S. has more than 55,000
Days without electricity was a
electric
thing.
transmission substations, a coordinated attack on just 9 of them could cause a coast-to-coast blackout. It would, quote, plunge the country into darkness for weeks, if not months. This exact situation is unlikely. Those 9 extra special substations are still classified.
Stable
but
volume
not
can also make the...
impossible. 2 years ago, only about an hour from where I currently live, someone fired about 100 rounds into a couple substations in Moore County, North Carolina. The attack took about 20 minutes and killed power for more than 40,000 people in sub-freezing temperatures. In 2013, a similar attack caused $15 million of damage in Coyote, California, though without a significant loss of power. In both cases, the perpetrators have not been found. Since 2022, at least 3 different neo-Nazi groups have been arrested after attempting to attack the US's power grid and cripple the country's infrastructure. But despite its fragility, it's easy to take that grid for granted when you consider how staggeringly wide we've spread the light. The darkness of the sky is measured on something called the Bortle scale.
Bortle?
It goes from 1 to 9, and the higher the scale, the more light pollution you're experiencing, and thus the less able you are to see celestial bodies. Where I currently live is a Bortle 8 to 9, that is to say, very bright. And I can see some stuff. I can see the moon and planets and Orion occasionally.
Okay, we're probably around the same level.
With a 20-minute drive, I could get to a Bortle 4, which reveals much more of the Milky Way. Striving for true darkness, though, is exceptionally difficult. Dark Sky International lists only 9 dark sky sanctuaries and a couple dozen dark sky preserves within the United States. I have, in fact, been to one. Craters of the Moon National Monument in Idaho contains about 1,000 square miles of land, several hundred of which are covered by the gnarled remains of what was fairly recently fresh lava. It is truly an unearthly landscape covered by jagged rocks, ash-black hills, and massive hollow tubes under the ground that once contained flowing magma. It is also classified as a Bortle Scale 2.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Very dark. But here's the thing. Not totally. Even there, in the middle of this lava field, many, many miles from any major cities, I could still see the faint glow of the horizon. I have to admit, it was kind of crushing. This was supposed to be the best of the best, and still not true dark. To really achieve the void I want, the only option might be to go out to sea.
I would love to see the
300 miles
stars.
from the coast, the curvature of the earth swallows up the countless lights of the land. To sail out there on a moonless night and turn off all the lights of the boat might give the kind of darkness even craters of the moon couldn't deliver. Not the black of the underground, but that of the universe itself.
Maybe that's what I
There's
should
a
do.
fact about light pollution that's always stuck with me, though. Emissions, wastewater, litter, most kinds of pollution stick around. Even if you completely stopped all air or water pollution tomorrow, we'd still be dealing with its current leftovers for millennia. But not light. You turn off all the lights, a power line trips, 9 very specific substations go down, and the skies return to their primeval darkness at literally the speed that light travels away from Earth. We would instantly be thrown back to to the same skies seen by the earliest of our species.
I don't really want to disappear forever. I just want...
is never that far away.
I like the dark.
On January 24th, 1925, a man named Alvin...
Hold on. I'm reminded of this image from Grinder. Hold on. Some random jack-offs thing. What are you trying to say? Go here. Into the dark? Go into the dark. Man, this guy is doing a masterclass on how to write random bullshit and try and make it actually seem like he's still saying something relevant to Fear of the Dark. Like, all right.
Peterson stood a little bit closer to the darkness than anyone else. On that day, Saturday, millions gathered in a curved arc across the US to watch the moon completely occlude the sun. It was a solar eclipse, one with a path of totality that started in Minnesota and raced to the Atlantic Ocean, passing directly through the center of New York City. And above New York, on top of an airship over 600 feet long, stood Alvin Peterson.
On top of?
He was the Navy's best aerial photographer and had been assigned a job no one had ever had before. He was to film the total eclipse. Peterson stood on top of the Zeppelin for over 2 hours, cranking specially treated film through his camera.
He's just exploring a topic he's interested in.
Never
Fair.
climbed above freezing. Frostbite swiftly spread across his fingers and cheeks, but these externalities paled in comparison to his experience of the dark. John Dvorak writes that at the moment of the eclipse, the world essentially stopped existing for Peterson. The great silver expanse of the airship disappeared beneath his feet. Although he was a mile above the ground, he stopped feeling the vibrations and movement of the craft. Nearly the entire population of New York watched from below, but Peterson stood alone in the night that had fallen at 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning. The film he shot of the eclipse didn't turn out. I don't really mind. Peterson, along with the whole crew of the Zeppelin, was sent up that morning because eclipses are a remarkable opportunity for scientific discovery. In 1925, scientists used the new infrastructure of the telegraph to measure the speed of the moon's shadow across the Earth, 3,500 miles per hour. 6 years earlier, photographs taken of stars surrounding the sun, visible only during the totality of a solar eclipse, confirmed that they were in the wrong place. That is, the sun was in fact bending light around it. This was a phenomenon suggested by a 40-year-old physicist named Albert Einstein. Following this discovery, the Times published a quiet piece called "Revolution in Science: New Theory of the Universe, Newtonian Ideas Overthrown." It was
who? Albert Einstein? He's
of Einstein's
some scientist nerd. I don't know.
Relativity. The article stated, "Our conceptions of the fabric of the universe must be fundamentally altered. Minutes of darkness changed our idea of the cosmos forever." Yet somehow, this still isn't my favorite way eclipses have sculpted our view of the world. Human-kept history does not have a consistent calendar. Across thousands of years of civilization, we have not carefully cross-referenced our date-keeping, nor made sure that our scales of time remained consistent. Knowing a precise date from millennia ago is near impossible, even with modern science like carbon dating. To weld together disparate records from the span of all cultures, you'd need some unignorable event that occurred at some immovable point in time. Something like darkness falling in the middle of the day. If humans were sentient and able to record events, they recorded the eclipse. John Dvorak writes, "How do we know that Julius Caesar was born on July 13th, 100 BCE and died on March 15th, 44 BCE? Or that Confucius died in 479 BCE, or that Buddha died 4 years earlier? It is by combining chronological references found in ancient sources with the precision of astronomical calculations to determine absolute dates, and eclipses are the cornerstones of these calculations."
I mean, yeah.
The date of an eclipse,
But, like,
any
yeah, okay, sure.
eclipse within human history is predictable forwards and backwards. We know when an eclipse will occur 100 years from now, and we also know when one occurred 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago.
I mean, I figure there are other ways of knowing that
10,000
information, like season shifts and
this celestial dark
shit.
that
But
has
yeah, that is a way to do it,
illuminated
I guess.
history. From the date of an eclipse, the timing of countless other events can be extrapolated.
It's neat.
The light is obscured.
We know when they're going to show up.
But the past is
We know when the
exposed.
next one is.
Furthermore, this style of date tracking.
I listened to a thing on probably was NPR about a guy and his wife that just went and visited the eclipse whenever it would happen. Because, like, we get eclipses here in America, like, some of the time, sure, right? But, like, that's because of where we're at, like, at that time of day, facing the right position for the sun and the moon to be, like, in front of each other. There are times where that happens, and, you know, America is not the one that it's happening over, the path of totality or whatever. The idea that, like, these people would just, like, go to every single one. Like, if they knew there was going to be an eclipse, they would go to whatever the best viewing spot was every single time. They're probably rich in retrospect, because I remember, like, we were staying in the hotel when hotel motel thing about this time last year, doing that. It's interesting.
Reveals even more about the physics
I don't
of
think
our
I would do
universe.
that.
For instance, in Babylon,
We got
on
pretty
April
fucking close to
15th,
total
136 BCE,
eclipse where we
multiple
were.
recordings document a total solar eclipse, including the time of the sun's occlusion and the specific planets visible during
Crazy
the dark.
rich or crazy
When the
passionate.
date of
Yeah.
this eclipse was
Having
first
the money to
calculated in the modern
go
era, scientists were confused.
to a different country is a
Yes,
lot of
there
money.
was an eclipse.
Like, okay, let me put it to you this way. I have never left the United States because I don't have enough money. Like, does that make sense? Like, I have never left the United States because it costs too much money. I've never visited, I've only ever gone out of state for a vacation like 3 or 4 times. Like, I went when I was a kid to New Mexico, but that was because we were going to El Paso to visit my family. I mean, I could get to Canada pretty easy now. We moved up north because we wanted a better life for ourselves, but also, like, well, I mean, I can always just illegally cross the border to Canada if, like, it's a while you can thing. Didn't expect us to randomly try and manifest destiny Canada. That was not in my, like, idea, but yeah. Passports range from 70 to 220. Yeah, but also you have to, like, have the money to do that, and I have not that kind of money. It's just, it's never been in the cards for me to leave, so, like, the idea of traveling a large distance out of country to do a vacation is, like, expensive. Residents of border states can go free. Awesome. Cool.
On April 15th, 136 BCE, but it should have fallen over Morocco, not Babylon. What happened? The dark understands more about our planet than we do. What happened is that both the Earth and the Moon are not the same as they were 2,100 years ago. The Earth, very gradually over time, is lending its momentum to the Moon's orbit. In other words, the moon is orbiting very slightly faster than when that eclipse fell. The Earth, in return, is rotating very slightly slower. You put those two calculations into your model, and the trajectory of the dark across the Earth in 136 BCE shifts a few thousand miles, just enough to blacken the skies of Babylon. We want to make sense of the dark, to see into it and understand it, to shift our knowledge of entire celestial bodies to unravel its obscurity. Sometimes we've found what was waiting to be discovered in the dark. Sometimes it remains impenetrable. As I sit filming this, talking to you, my little camera is struggling to perceive the dark.
Yeah, it's because you
Before
fucked
I
it up.
started filming, I set the ISO for the video, basically deciding my camera's sensitivity.
And then you have a
to light.
flickering light in the back.
Normally, I film at the lowest ISO I can manage, 200 or below. I set up big lights mere feet from my face to achieve this. I haven't done that today. I'm filming at 51,200 ISO. Doing this allows me to sit in much darker darkness while I talk to you. It also invites something else into the frame. Cameras don't see the dark, not really. There are light-emitting photons in this room and everywhere else, photons that are hitting the camera's sensor and being turned into digital signals that will eventually resolve into the image that you're seeing now. In a nice light environment with a properly adjusted sensor, those digital signals are translated into a clear, sharp, detailed picture. I'm not in a nice light environment, though. I'm here in the dark. My camera is simply not getting enough data to perfectly render this video. Its attempts to make sense of the insufficient data is resulting in something else: digital noise. It might be assigning too much intentionality to say that, like us, cameras hallucinate in darkness. But the artifacts of the dark that show up on both physical and digital film represent what the camera sees when there is not enough light to truly see. Just like us, they are uneasy.
I guess, but bro, that's a bit of a stretch, but I'll let you have some.
Something there.
He's got a good camera. I've got a good camera too. This one can do that, but like I don't because it looks bad.
The entire hook of Kyle Edward Ball's 2022 movie Skinamarink, an impressively viewer-hostile piece of horror filmmaking. Skinamarink takes place within one house.
I should watch this because it sounds good.
Two kids awake to find their parents have disappeared, as have their house's doors and windows. But this narrative isn't really what the movie is about. The camera, often set as high as 100,000 ISO, refuses to focus on the children. Instead, it stares into the dark corners of the house, the shadows on the ceiling, the feeble glow of a nightlight, the black spilling over the top of the stairs. And these shots, which are agonizingly long and still, become about their noise, the camera's inability to penetrate the dark, paired with a heavy layer of VHS static post-processing. In the depths of the house, the viewer and the camera are placed in the same position, staring into nothing, desperately trying to find an image, a pattern, anything in the void. I'm suddenly in my childhood bedroom again, looking down the dark of the stairs, thinking of the two possibilities.
Skinamarink, the idea is that it's kids doing, like, there's so many times in horror movies and games where it's like, why are you being stupid and doing a thing that's going to get yourself hurt? And there's very few times where I feel like there's a narrative reason for them to do things that are stupid, you know? There was that one series by King Pixels that we watched that had the whole bit with the YouTuber trying to make it big on YouTube, and he goes into the hole and he finds this abandoned mall and he keeps going even though it's like a threat to him, because it's like he's trying to get the views. Like, he's scared. It's horrifying, but like he keeps going down because, you know, he's getting views. Of course he's gonna do it. You know? He's putting self-preservation on the line. That means a way out of like the 9-to-5 grind. That means he could follow his dream or whatever, right? But he's being stupid for a reason. And I feel like Skinamarink does the same thing. Why are they being stupid? Because they're children. Children do dumb shit.
In the film's most terrifying scene, one of the children braves the smothering darkness of the second floor and finds her way into her parents' room, where, unexpectedly, her father is actually sitting on the bed. But he doesn't offer any comfort. He doesn't even look at her. Digital noise swims unceasingly around the frame. Eventually, he speaks. Look under the bed. And the camera bends down to find an even deeper dark.
Neat.
On page 465 of the book House of Leaves, the book itself,
I should probably
a book
read that.
called House of Leaves, appears in the narrative. It is one of the last possessions held by one of the book's protagonists, Will Navidson. The book exists to be burned. House of Leaves is a book about a house that contains an insurmountable amount of dark.
I thought it was a
Appearing
house
first
that was
in
slightly too
Navidson's life
big.
as a wall that refuses to be measured, and then as a space-defying hallway, the house eventually grows into an unknowable void, a terrestrial portal to an
Oh, I like
infinite
that.
vacuum. And the house doesn't just swallow those who literally inhabit it. House of Leaves, as a complete work, documents all the lives that have been somehow consumed by the house's dark, physically, academically, emotionally. But no one is more entangled than Navidson. He is so inextricably pulled to the abyss that he ventures into the house's depths with no expectation or hope of ever leaving it. And at the end of his journey,
The people from, was it Penguin House or Random House? Whoever publishes that book, House of Leaves now, sent me a copy for free because I was playing Alan Wake 1. And they're like, we want to get more people reading books. You have an audience and you can maybe try and convince them to read this book. Do you want a free copy of it for no reason? I was like, yeah, all right, sure. I'll take free shit. So I have a copy of it around here somewhere. Just as a random, like, thing. I should get around to reading it because I do have a copy.
when there is nowhere else to go and nowhere to return to, he is left in the dark with two things.
Started today.
House of Leaves, and a box of matches. The book is 736 pages long. He tears the first page out and sets it ablaze. In the 2021 adventure game Genesis Noir, the protagonist, a man wandering through space and time in a vain attempt to prevent the future, is sucked into a black hole. The rest of the game vanishes beyond the event horizon. All he's left with are his memories, represented by a number of items collected over the course of the game. All those and a box of matches. He sits in the dark, striking each and letting them burn down until he's left with a single one match in his collection of memories. After a moment of consideration, he lets the flame consume them all. In the finale of Ralph Ellison's seminal 1952 novel Invisible Man, the protagonist falls through a manhole into a pile of coal dust and is subsequently sealed inside.
Okay.
He cannot see, cannot move the manhole cover, cannot feel anything except the presence of the briefcase he's hauled through his entire journey. That and a boundless expanse of dust. It's a kind of death without hanging, he thinks, a death alive. He sleeps, wakes, stumbles through the void, and he finds something. A matchbook with 3 matches left.
Wow, that's 3 things that involve matches.
Briefcase, which contains his high school diploma, memoirs of the past, the letters that eventually ended him in this coal bin. Each item, no matter how sentimental or bitter, serves one final purpose. They burn. In each of these works, the fire the protagonists spark in the darkness represents a sort of freedom, a fiery cleanse that separates them from the prior burdens of the plot. They each emerge on the other side of the dark more clear-eyed than when they entered, but personal growth doesn't remove the horror of their circumstances. The characters encounter the abyss, they lose themselves within it, and in the face of true dark, they gather the pieces of their own self-definition.
I haven't read House of Leaves, but dude, if I bought a house and it was like way bigger than I expected, I'd just be like, fuck yeah. Like, do you know how much houses I'm sorry, maybe I'm just being a millennial about it, but do you know how much houses are? And it always seems like you don't get shit. Just, yeah, House of Leaves. Fuck yeah. Big ass house. Neat.
Everything by which they identify themselves, and they burn them until there's nothing left. Or back to Flamini in the cave. The solitude, the social uprooting, it consumes
I would like to
you.
honestly hear way more stuff about like, I would like to hear more about the woman stuck in the hole. I would love for this video to have been all about her and like the other guy who did it. But like, we went on a brief rant about like the solar eclipse. That was random. People light shit on fire when they're stuck in the dark to not use up their matches. Okay.
Or to put it a better way, you consume yourself. And yet, without darkness, there is no us. REM sleep can only properly happen in darkness. In too much light, Jacqueline Yallop writes, our REM duration is reduced or removed completely. Deprived of darkness, our dreams are vapid, too slight to restore or refresh, too insipid to matter. Will Hunt writes of the many luminaries of our species that found prolonged exposure to the dark a necessary component of their most radical ideas, Pythagoras and Da Vinci, Muhammad and Elijah. Their journeys without light played a part in the ideas that defined them, the space, again, to dream. I think about the nearly impossible relationship we have with the light and the dark. Not only has our whole circadian rhythm been sculpted around the oscillations of day and night, but this extends to a precise celestial position and context nowhere else in the solar system, John Dvorak writes. Can you stand on solid ground and watch a moon blot out the sun? Furthermore, even the Earth will not get to witness this forever. In each moment, the moon moves imperceptibly farther from us. One day, after hundreds of millions of years, it won't be close enough to cover the sun's
Yeah,
glow.
I don't think I like it either, but I am going to watch the rest of it just because I'm kind of interested to hear where it's going, but I'm hoping that it goes somewhere.
Phenomenon. The point farthest on Earth from a consistent human-made light is likely Point Nemo. It is the most remote place on the planet, a position in the middle of the South Pacific more than 1,500 miles from any land, a point so void and empty that, as many writers have pointed out, anyone unlucky enough to occupy Point Nemo would be closer to astronauts aboard the ISS than any human on land. It is, says Cullen Murphy, the anti-Everest. It beckons because nothing is there. On June 13th, 2113, a solar eclipse's path of totality will pass directly over Point Nemo. The moon will, for 1 minute and 35 seconds, plunge the darkness of space directly into the darkness of Earth. In all likelihood, no one will be there to see it. The waves were dead, the tides were in their graves, the moon their mistress.
I would imagine more than one person is going to try and go there for that.
The winds were withered
I'd
in
go.
the stagnant air, and the clouds perished.
Darkness had no need of aid from them. She was the universe. Anyone writing about the dark inevitably finds themselves writing about death. It is, maybe, the only place you can end up. The final darkness, the end of all our metaphors, our fears of dying boiled down to the same simple dichotomy. There's nothing there, or there's something there. After all, isn't that what people report when they feel themselves dying? We focus on the moving towards a light, but that destination only exists because they're moving through the dark, through a tunnel, a cave, a basement, an ocean. I was moving through this long, dark place. It seemed like a sewer. I was in an utterly black, dark void. I had the feeling that I was moving through a deep, very dark valley. I don't know what happens after you die. I don't know what happens while you're dying. But throughout writing this, I keep having this thought, this dream of an astronaut, somehow thrown into intergalactic space, the barren distance between galaxies, the truest void that exists. I think about how you would still be able to see the stars, or rather you would see entire galaxies as single points of light, but that light would share no illumination. You would look down at your body and see nothing. You'd move your...
Okay, so one of the things I like about where we live now is at night, it's dark and it's quiet. It's nothing outside. If you stop talking, if you stop making sound, if you turn off your phone, if you do all those things, and you just sit, it's just the hum of electricity. You know? There's very little traffic noise. Occasionally a car will drive by. And when a car drives by, it's got its loud bass thumping or whatever. But it's so different than where we used to live in Austin, where there was not a moment where it was just constant noise. Sometimes we'd have a neighbor who would just sit outside of, like, they'd wait for, like, their buddy to come outside and they'd just leave it. Like, we don't have drunk teenagers yelling at the top of their lungs. We don't have, like, people leaving their bass on with their brights pointed in our window. It's very nice here. It's dark and it's quiet. I like it. I like it when it's dark and it's quiet. Maybe that's why, like, I'm like, what? You need to watch The Shining? I did watch The Shining. Honestly, guy needs to calm down. A lot of these horror movie protagonists just need to calm down. Not the best video I've ever seen. It wasn't going anywhere. You're bringing up Spec Ops: The Line? I want to live in your walls. I mean, you know, not all of you. Guys, there's too many of you to all live in my walls. You guys are gonna have to figure that out on your own. Let's watch some random YouTube stuff.
When helping yourself to grapes, don't pick up the bunch and pull off one grape at a time. Instead, potentially using grape scissors.
My good man, may I trouble you for some grapes? The grapes are downstairs. There's a bunch. Have at it. Excellent. Most excellent. And where do you keep your grape scissors? The what? The instrument with which you remove the grape from the vine. You can't possibly have me believe that you eat it with your hands. Yeah, much like with any other human being. You pluck them and you pop them in your mouth like an EDM festival. My God! It would appear that some of us are stuck in the evolution process. You Neanderthal! You would have me believe that you pluck the grape with your very fingers like some foul...
Is your thing turned down? And I bet you it is. These are viewer submitted, yes.
Beast! Oh, you reprobate! Hey, look here, Bridgerton. This ain't the royal family crib, man. Either you go eat them grapes or I will. I can't believe that I was in the midst of a scoundrel's whole time. Your very presence sullies my essence. I must remove myself.
I've just started this calypso. It is fucking minging. Paradise Punch Lemonade. It is fucking minging. Suck your dad. It's minging. It's fucking minging.
Hi!
Kuno.
Think I'm getting PTSD.
We all know what a fuse is. It's a piece of wire that melts open under high current. And, oh, let's not get burned. And when it opens, when it burns, it cuts your circuit open, stopping the flow of high current and protects your circuit against fire and such. And every one of them has a different current rating depending on how much current your circuit normally needs and at what level you want them to blow open and protect your circuit. So these are short circuits with close to 0 volts across them. Then why the hell do they have voltage ratings? Like this is rated for 250 volts. It's still a short circuit. It's not like if I place it on a circuit with a 2000 volt supply, there will be 2000 volts across this. In fact, let's try it with my high voltage transformer. These transformers are very dangerous and one of them has killed me once before and we don't want that to happen to anyone else. So don't! Here is a 10 ohm resistor as my circuit series with the fuse connected to the 2000 volt transformer, and so the fuse blows open quickly, protecting my circuit like this. Oh sh**. Ah, look at this. Even the glass cracked and broke under extreme heat. The voltage rating is not about the normal operating mode. It's for when the fuse breaks open and we want it to reliably open. We know a strong high voltage can jump the gap, creating an arc.
I haven't seen this guy's stuff before, but is he doing the thing where he's pretending to be stupid to be smart? Where it's like he already knows the answers to these things, but he's like talking about it as like a thing. Like, so he acts like an idiot, but he's actually being safe the entire time. I see.
Keeping the circuit closed, like we saw. So in order to make sure a fuse or breaker actually opens, it needs to be made differently. Otherwise the arcs never die, and that's not safe. But you could be safer using my sponsor NordVPN. Psst, listen, NordVPN has a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can start using it.
I'm not getting sponsor block because sometimes it's funny.
Having the opportunity to use the Anywho, let's make a high voltage fuse. We know the longer the distance, the harder it is for high voltages to jump across it. So we need to make our fuse wire longer. We put 2 nails on a cardboard box. We put some very thin wire around the nails and we turn it on. Oh, oh, fire! Oh, no,
that's an electrical fire, you.
In case of electric fire, never try to put it out with water. It creates shorts and can cause electrocution. Always try to cut electricity first if possible, then use non-conductive fire extinguishers made for this purpose. I guess this is why they use some sort of cover or glass for the fuse, so the molten metal and arcs don't start a fire. I have a plastic bottle, let's try this one.
Okay.
Just put the nails and the wires inside the cup. Here's my fuse, let's try it out. Here we are, and we turn it on. Oh sh**.
Yeah.
Well,
that did the job.
A while, but it opened, and the fire was contained in here, so
yeah.
Safer? What if we vacuum in here so that there is no ionized air to help create arcs? Here I'm holding my super thin piece of wire here. Put it inside our vacuum chamber. Connect the vacuum pump. Now hopefully there is some good amount of vacuum.
Okay, before he does this, I just want to say put your dick in it. Not this, but like in the vacuum. It'll give you the suck.
And we turn the power on. Oh my god. Did you see that? Look at this nonsense.
It's arcing.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, that was a failure. It's easier to create much longer arcs with much lower voltage in vacuum. I suspected that, but not that much. It's interesting because under normal atmospheric pressures, the 2000 volts can only start jumping under 1 millimeter gap.
Yeah.
But as we saw, it jumps well over 10 centimeters in partial vacuum. This new transformer seems to be a little bit weaker than the old one I had, which I broke. I should get a stronger transformer. Me, not you, okay? You don't need to acquire anything that has a resemblance to this. Of course, after it starts, it can extend to a longer distance if the source is powerful enough. I suppose instead of a vacuum, you could...
Yeah, so the one time I made the nail taser, which, like, I talked about on stream once, it was a taser, but, like, I couldn't get it to arc. So I kept shocking myself with it, and I couldn't get it to arc far enough apart to actually do anything. So I just made it so that way the prongs were just nails, and you would just jam them into someone, and you'd hit the taser button, and it would just tase the shit out of, like, really, like, only, like, a couple millimeters, but also they'd be stabbed and electrocuted at the same time. I got rid of it because I kept shocking myself with it and it got annoying. I used to do a lot of stuff with soldering irons and shit. But yeah.
Place the air inside the fuse container with some non-conductive noble gas like argon. Would that work? I don't have argon.
He's not... His accent's not the same, but his teaching style reminds me of Captain Disillusion. Like, there's definitely that, where it's like, he's pretending to be stupid, but he actually knows more about this than you think.
So I'm thinking, if I can make it happen reliably in air, it would be good. Like here, I'm taking a very long, thin wire, if you can see it, so that, hopefully, it can fall away quick, stopping the arc. It did work. I think I'm onto something. Maybe I can make it even quicker. Okay, hear me out. I'm running a very thin fuse wire between these two nails, and I have two elastic bands that are pulling this wire apart, keeping it at a tension in the middle. So when the fuse blows open, these elastic bands will pull the wires apart quickly and hopefully extinguish the arc as soon as possible.
Fling
the fuse is shorting the 2000 volts, and now we shall turn it on.
Oh.
Look, this is exactly how you expect a fuse to behave. Unlike the last time that the entire wire just evaporated, this time it just broke straight in the middle. The rest of the wire is intact, and there was no huge arcs either. Awesome! So any mechanism that quickly breaks and pulls wires apart should be very good for high voltage. In fact, the microwave oven that I pulled the transformer out of has its own fuse. Where did I put it? I put my oven parts in my cookie box. Where is the fuse? Oh, there it is. Here's the fuse. It looks interesting, well protected in a plastic. Is it a box? Can I open it? No,
probably not. Oh, okay.
There is a more regular looking
a spring. That makes sense.
Cover.
Yeah.
It is a 5000 volts, 0.7 amps fuse. From my extensive experience with high voltage fuses, the gap doesn't look far enough to avoid big arcs. Let's try it out. But this is interesting. See, the fuse wire on one side is a spring pulled open, keeping the fuse wire under tension. So when the fuse breaks open,
yeah, that's the easy way of doing it, because yeah, that should be the way.
Eliminating the arc, like what I did with my elastic bands. Okay, the fuse now is shorting the 2000 volt output. Let's see if it works as advertised. Ooh. Well, I mean, the fuse wire is completely eradicated, including the spring and everything. Was there a point to the spring? But it's interesting. For such a small gap, there was almost no arc. Is there a special gas in there? I can't find anywhere.
No, I don't think so.
Gas in these glass tube fuses. Somebody let me know. But in conclusion, that's why every fuse has a voltage rating. Use it outside the rated voltage and there will be death and destruction. So mind the ratings. Or else.
Neat. I learned something about fuses today.
What's that? Do you have insurance on this car?
No.
It must be Eagle Man.
I've got something for you.
Oh, look at those low rates.
What? What? Yeah, no, that okay. What? I am curious of what happens when you pop the spicy pillow. I'll let someone who's not me do it. But I did have my phone starting to swell up, so let's see what happens when the spicy pillow gets big. Or pops. Right next to your face, or maybe in your pocket. Seems not ideal. Yeah, no, Huh. Neat. This is a very large lithium-ion battery. And you kind of have to let these burn because they don't like water, yeah? This is why you can't mail batteries. Yep. Well, you can, but they have to be ground-only travel. Run, bitch, run! So, yeah, if your phone starts swelling, you need to get that replaced. Checks out. One of the buses here is an EV. Oh, hey, it's a video of someone doing it to a...
What would happen if an iPhone battery, which is a lithium-ion polymer battery, gets punctured? We'll find out. There's no initial reaction, and the battery doesn't feel warm. About a minute later, I do feel a little bit of warmth. Looks like this battery is about 100 degrees. Let's try driving in a couple more. Not much of a reaction there, still about 100 degrees. This was a battery that we replaced out of the old iPhone, and it was definitely not a functional battery. That might have something to do with it, and at this point, it's really just cooling down. It got to about 100 degrees and then just declined in temperature. The warning says potential for fire or burning. Do not disassemble, puncture, crush, heat, or burn.
I love the do not puncture thing with the nail directly below it.
Batteries. These are pretty reactive, and they do like to catch on fire and burn, so I would not recommend doing this. I think since this battery was really not a functional battery anymore, that's why the reaction was less. Now it's just completely cooled off.
Okay. I mean, same shit with Android phones. Like that, my last phone was an Android. Apple products, you're paying for the, you know, the brand. Sort of like when you buy a Gucci bag or something. You're paying for a brand to show off to your friends that you're cool and you have that brand. Which, not me. I don't care. I don't think that's edible. I'm too old to learn Android. Honestly, I switched from Apple to Android. It's not bad. They just moved some of the buttons to the other side or whatever. It's really not actually a big deal.
Hold on to your space helmet. This is not going to be pleasant.
We got problems, pal. I'm talking zombie dinos, capiche? They're right behind me.
Zombie dinos.
The brain blobs have swept the dinosaur you were pursuing into the future and are now using it to terrorize society.
Oh my god, that reminds me of this book that, what the fuck with your face? Well, I've been listening to this book recently. It's not good. It's like your standard zombie plot, right? Where it's like scientists fucking around in a secret laboratory somewhere where they shouldn't be messing with a thing and they accidentally create like a apocalypse sort of thing, right? But instead of fucking around with like viruses or whatever and causing like something, it's what if they were fucking around with time and then accidentally dinosaurs got through to now and like everything fell apart because dinosaurs. So it's like now everyone lives in these tiny little cities, like fearing the dinosaurs that are roaming outside or whatever. No, it's not that they deflected the asteroid. They just, like, caused little holes in space-time to allow dinosaurs to get into, like, modern day. Attack on Titans, but dinos. It was more like a zombie apocalypse, but dinos. Like, they're all just hanging out outside, give or take, waiting for someone to come out. It's, the premise is okay. The main character is stupid. She keeps screaming. She keeps running around, yelling, and making noise. Yeah, I kind of think that, like, zombies are a problem because, like, the infection thing and not knowing that XYZ person is infected, like... You know? I don't know. I feel like dinosaurs...
Did you think I was kidding? Try looking where there's something besides nothing. Looks like a power blow from the tail of a dino at war.
You have collected all the information necessary to identify...
This doesn't look like a fun game, I'll be real.
If you want to free that dino, answer my questions three. A small narrow head was which creature's feature? Oh, yeah.
Educational game.
You have done well, friend.
Not bad.
Did it come?
Scientist.
This is how I spell the word church. It's wrong. Or is it? T can make a ch sound. Look at the word picture. And OLO is obviously pronounced kernel. T, again making a ch, gives us church. Now this might remind you of that old chestnut, goatee, but this doesn't spell goatee.
Fish.
Oh no, this is a way to spell fish. The GH makes the f sound we see in enough. The O is pronounced like the O in women, and the TI is like the TI in nation, fish. Now if all of this has you thinking, what? Why? Let me explain. This is not OED, the Oxford English Dictionary. This is a way to spell the word what. The O is pronounced like the O in one, and the ED is pronounced with a t, like in hacked. And this, how is this why? Well, take a look. Why? K. Why-er. Choir. Why? Why? Why?
To be clear, I think the problem there is English. Hollow World? I don't know if you could do that, those horrible things in other languages. Why does the trainer have that many of those? Wait. Who? Wait, no. No, hold up on the Cotton Eye Joe shit. What? Who put that video out? Pocket Pair? Bruh. When it's just like some random horny video, fine, whatever. But the Pocket Pair themselves, but this is the official one, right? They know? Why are you being horny on Maine? Wonderful. My man milk is right where I left it, in my balls. Who submitted all the Cotton Eye Joe remixes? Cotton Eye Joe. Boom, boom. The bulk of fluid and semen is stored in the seminal vesicles, not the balls. Okay, skill issue. Maybe yours are filled with piss, but mine are filled with cum. Okay, hold up. I might stop streaming a little early today, not right now, but like a little bit early. So that way I can order some stuff for my wife's birthday. It's coming up. So I kind of got to get on that. So I will maybe stop at like 4-ish. Eight dildos? Okay. Anyway. Oh my god, I love the... Dude, when they put this on, I was like, let's fucking go. How many people are young enough to not know what this is? Because when this bitch came on, Eyewitness, when this would come on screen, that's how you knew you were about to not have to do fucking shit in class. Like, I wanted to go there. Like, I loved the weird 3D spaces that they used to make back in, like, the 90s and shit. Yeah, Bill Nye was the other one. I loved me some 90s CGI. Long time ago. No one needs that. We're not gonna watch all of the Magnus archives here. Stomp live.
And all right, we're done. Now, if you feel any unusual symptoms, just call that number below. Otherwise, I'll see you in 3 weeks for your second dose.
No need.
What?
I already got all 5 of them.
But sir, you only need 2.
You think I'm stupid? My blood is now flowing with the power of all 5 companies. Pfizer, J&J, AstraZeneca.
I remember this. Yeah.
Company, and now Moderna.
Sir, I think you need to go to a hospital.
Why be immune
I'm injecting him.
when you can be invincible?
Guards, get him! Levanten las manos! Learn more about the COVID-19 vaccine by visiting your local pharmacy or by clicking the link below.
Break the wall so we can escape. Okay. Uh-oh. My pyramid, what are you doing? I break wall and then escape. Break wall, landscape. Oh, you're the landscaper. So what's wrong with the wall? Okay, I got the treasure. There's nothing to see. That's a good point. We had no view. But Cleopatra, sir, we need a wall for safety.
Cleopatra?
True, let me ask you. He wants to ask me. What do we do? Hold on, I have an idea. What about a wall with a view? Here, throw this burning sand in their face, and we'll make a run for it. Take this! Yeah, this works. Do we still run? What is this? Not yet. Window. Window. You just threw burning sand. Yes. Science. That's how that works. Relax. What is that invisible shield? Ah, who's that? Your reflection. That's me or me or? Oh, now it's in pieces. Where are you gonna use it now? I wear. Like this? What? Wow, it's so clear. What is this?
This is so dumb.
You're a genius. Gracias. Gracias.
Meow, 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 meow.
Who is that?
The wet food cats ask for by name.
Wait, why did they have that random fucker in there? Who is that guy? Why am I supposed to know who he is? The glass thing, you mean?
Gel benimle.
Someone from NSYNC? Is this porn? UFO porno!
Biliyorum. Milyonlarca gezegenden bir tanesi. Çok şaşırdım.
Gördük. Siz de hoş geldiniz canım.
Hoş bulduk. Ne oldu buna?
I don't know about hiring the babushka to hang out and watch you while you know, not in ET, but I mean, like, there are a lot of weird kinks out there. I'm not sure if this is one of them, but it could be. You know? I don't know about cucking the babushka. I recommend a clown for this job instead. Because then, like, if you need, like, a minute to do something, like, if you need, like, a minute of cooling off period, maybe, like, so you can edge. Because people are always saying, like, Rev, you could not match our freak, and I'm trying to prove that I can right now. Anyway, you're edging, but you gotta stop. You throw a clown in the corner, and you go, hey, man, I need some, like, do something. And then they just go, and they start, you want a dog? Too bad, it's doggy style time. And then he tries to get involved, and it's like, no, you are not paid for that. Go back to your corner.
Canım ho. Ay. Ay, o ne?
Ah bak canımı nasıl üzdün? Bak nasıl üzdün kız? Niye üzdün onu?
That ass goes all the way up, doesn't it?
Pomake uzaydan geldi. Misafirimiz o bizim.
Harbi mi kız?
Did you smoke? No.
Homoti benim. Merhaba. Benim adım Homoti. Ali benim röportajımı size vermedi. Ben de bu işi ona ayarladım. Bağışla beni patron.
Rakılar da benden Caniko.
Hala öğrenelim Hatice be. Şampanya bu, rakı değil.
Ama ben mutfakta rakı
So,
içeceğim,
like-
sana ne?
O da sana. Al bakalım. Homoti, hadi.
Oh, I noticed his dick sucking lips, but like like probably banger for a glory hole. I'm just saying, like, those lips probably do suck something fierce, right? Like vacuum tube kind of suckage, right? But like, you don't want to look at it, you know? And I was gonna say you could put like a bag over it, but then you can't really get your dick sucked. So I think if you go with like the glory hole idea, you could probably, I'm gonna get banned on Twitch. What if there was a furry whose persona is ET? I would hope that you maybe have better taste. Oh, I'm sorry. I matched your freak for 5 fucking seconds and that was it? That was an issue for y'all? Both hands up. I'm playing with my slinky, okay? I'm not doing anything weird down there. I'm just playing with my slinky. That's not a metaphor. That being said, I'm also playing with my squishy ball.
Following special programs.
It's squishy. See?
Welcome to the 4th annual Crystal Light National Aerobic Championship Finals, featuring regional finalists from all across the United States competing for the title of America's best aerobic athlete. We are the winners. Watch us glimmer like the sun for the champion. We're in control, body and soul. We push ourselves to the maximum.
I only have one squishy ball and a slinky.
Our host, the star of TV's hit comedy series Growing Pains, and honorary chairperson of the National Fitness Foundation.
I've seen this before as well as a GIF. I also have my little thing that goes pop. Not to be confused with my 3-inch dragon. See, it's got 3 inches of dragon right here, and it's got a bunch of other tools on it.
Time Olympic medalist and international sportscaster Dwight Stones. Fitness expert and star of TV's workout show, It Figures, Charlene Prickett. Plus an exciting presentation by national aerobic champions from around the world.
It was just a different time, wasn't it? I don't think I've seen a non-edited version of this. Do you know the guy who, yeah, Sporticus. He might be in this because this is the kind of shit he was doing.
Ladies and
We should bring back big hair.
1987 Crystal Light National Aerobic Champions.
Yeah, we'd have to get hairspray going again. You really want to do that to the ozone layer?
Eddie Stevens, Scott Cole, Jeff Vanderberg, Donna Davis. Introducing the 70 fittest aerobic athletes from across the USA, competing for the gold in the mixed pairs competition. From the firm in Minneapolis, Susan Schwartzbauer and Doug Melrose. From the Ocean Bay Club in Pennsylvania, Lori Welteroth and Billy Ross. From Denver's Elite Sports Academy, Trish Hahn and Greg Corelli. From Move It In, California, Rosie Castaneda and Mick Stan Grover. From Gold's Gym in Los Angeles, Linda Bell and Mike Robinson. From Good Bodies in Dallas, Tiffany Oaks and Kevin Cregan. From All Sport in New York, Grace Mahalchik and Gregory Higgins. From Miami Hunt Club in
I can't tell if they're doing great.
Jojo Bella. From Life Fitness in North Carolina, Nancy Harrell and Robert Kernodle. And from the San Francisco Bay Club, Deborah Casey and Andre Rulli. In the teams competition.
Yeah, I mean they're
Representing Valley Health and Racket in Orlando, Mama Hartnett, Debbie Harvey, and Marissa McKeechin. Representing Showers Athletic Club in San Jose, Diane Teresi, Deborah McGee, and Debbie Pardue. Representing Contours in Washington, D.C., Robert Sherman, Charles Little, and Anthony Geiger. From the Sports Club LA in Los Angeles, Kurt Moore, Brett Kelly, and Robert Brady. From Valley Health Club in Pennsylvania, Amy Baverka, Julie Beck, and Dawn Sable.
this isn't the competition. This is just a thing. Yeah.
Paul Bell, Marlene, and Merlene Tucker.
I'm sorry. Is this the whole fucking? No, it's only 7 minutes. Okay, thank God.
Holly Keenan, Dana Moody, and Donna Auto.
I've stopped processing names.
Representing the firm in Minneapolis, Susan Schwartzbauer, Doug Melrose, and Kathy Hammersky. From the Ocean Bay Athletic Club in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Billy Ross, Laurie Welteroth, and Annie Maskey. And from Body Rock in Houston, Texas, Fred Bartels, Ada Hicks, and Roseanne Meyer.
This is porn for whom?
Individual competition in the women's division.
Like I've seen some fucked up shit, but I don't know how to get my nuts off to this, man.
Virginia, Dawn and Dean. From the old federal courthouse in Tucson, Felicia Smith.
I'm sorry. The old federal courthouse? Is that what he said? Why is that one girl in blue? I don't know. They've got like a thing going. I can imagine that, like, if you're a boomer and you can't get Pornhub, you probably watch shit like this and just, like, whacked one out. You know? Like, if you're desperate enough, this is great, I'm sure. From the old federal courthouse in Tucson. Like, it's not even a new build. It's not even like this is now the such and such dance studio. It's just like the old federal courthouse. Makes it sound like she dances in an abandoned building. That's fucking rad. I'm sorry, 3CPO? My favorite person is the...
Center in West Virginia, Dawn and Dean. From the old federal courthouse in Tucson, Felicia Smith Eusebio. Representing the
Eusebio. Okay, that's fine. I like 3CPO coming from the federal courthouse.
Representing Body Business in Austin, Melanie Roberts. Representing
Body business in Austin? Is that still a thing? Probably not. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. What? Serving Austin since 1984. When was this made? They're still around. They're in the Village? Fuck, I've been near there. Holy shit balls. I know where this is. It's by Alamo Draft House. Oh, permanently closed. Oh. I used to live right near here. Huh. All right.
Marissa McKeechin. From Move It In, San Jose, Diane Teresi. And representing the firm in Sacramento, Rosie Castaneda.
Also, they're all wearing flesh-colored tights. Like, their bottom half is flesh-colored pants.
The Vertical Club in New York City, Joshua Askew. From Flatiron Athletic Club in Boulder, Greg Corelli.
That guy's doing great.
Club in Phoenix, Peter Dale. From Frank Calta's Health Connection in Tampa, Clay Grant.
1988 is still in living memory for many. It's more than 30 years ago, but it's not that long ago. Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself. 1988 wasn't that fucking long ago. If I keep repeating that to myself, people won't think I'm old. Nice.
Representing the Fitness Center in Michigan, Tom Anderson. Representing the Vertical Club in New York City, Joshua Askew. From Flatiron Athletic Club in Boulder, Greg Corelli. From the Maricopa Athletic Club in Phoenix, Peter Dale. From Frank Calta's Health Connection in Tampa, Clay Grant. Representing President and First Lady in Houston, James Johnson. From Total Body Workout in Sacramento, James Mellis. From the Shannon Athletic
It's only 37s this year. Oh. Oh, hey. I'm not that old then. I've been saying I'm 37 for the last fucking year. I'm only 36. The fuck? Well, shit. Now I'm not worried about turning 38. Because I'm just turning 37. I've already dealt with that. I've already had my fucking existential crisis about that shit.
From the Supreme Court Fitness Center in San Francisco, Kim Wells. And representing Contours in Washington, D.C.
Like, already lived a year is 37, so it's fine. I just kind of forgot.
Please welcome our special host for the Crystal Light National Aerobic Championship and honorary chairperson to the National Fitness Foundation, Alan Thicke.
Alan Thicke. Fuck yeah. Oh, the audience is old people.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to the Super Bowl of Aerobics. Now with me are 70 of America's fittest athletes. There's one of them now. And they have qualified to be here by winning one of the 10 regional competitions held this year throughout the United States. Now, as you may know, the first aerobic games, we've come a long way. They were organized way back when by the ancient Greek fitness instructor, Aerobicus. He used to work out with his friends Nautilus and Gluteus, and of course the one who dropped out, Hiatus Hernius. You don't hear about him. Then came the philosophers. There was Aristotle and Plato. They never actually did a sit-up, but they used to sit around and think about it. The history of fitness can actually be traced to the early caveman. Yes, jogging began when the caveman spotted the first dinosaur. Sprinting began when the dinosaur spotted his first caveman. Now, they didn't have vitamins back then, of course. The cavemen were into fast food. If you weren't fast, you were food. Yes, the dinosaurs had only two basic food groups, men and women. Now, this year, the National Aerobic Championship was held in 5 countries with a view in a few years to a world competition.
That's legitimately the same kind of joke they'd make now. It's... Bring back pink shirts. We did it for a bit in, like, the 2010s. Just didn't, It only works for some people. Like, for me, I'm too pale for pink. I feel like you gotta have some sort of, like... I am so incredibly white that darker colors look better on me, I think. Because it pops more. We need a -2 emote? No. You guys want to tell me I suck? Type it out yourself. I'm not going to give you the option to say it easier. Why would I?
With us are the champions from Japan, Australia, Brazil, and Canada, and you'll see them in action later on. When we return, all the action and excitement of competition aerobics. Go!
The Crystal Light National Aerobic Championship is brought to you by Crystal Light.
No shit.
America's favorite low-calorie soft drink mix, available in 10 natural flavors. Coming up next, the exciting mixed pairs competition begins.
When you're ready to launch out into the unknown, possibly the best place to begin is in a nursing home or a care center for the elderly.
I would assume trying to move out of your parents' house to get into an apartment of your own might be a good choice. But I mean, considering how millennials are, maybe just going from your parents' place to the nursing home is how you do your life. Yeah. It's a little too real. Clown church, clerch, yeah.
One reason is simply this. The elderly really receive you quite well. I think it's because they already know how vulnerable they are. They're lonely, and they long
I think being vulnerable... I don't think forcing clowns on vulnerable people is really the win you think it is. You could go to streamer nursing homes? I don't want to be a nursing home with a bunch of streamers. Those guys are insane. Are you kidding me? God, they're going to be all fucked up from Adderall and shit. The Mr. Breast nursing home. You know what I realized the other day? Mr. Beast is like Mother Teresa. In that Mother Teresa used to really get off to the fact that people were suffering around her, which allowed her to get what she wanted out of life, to become more holy. So, you know, it's pretty similar, actually, between the two of them.
So as clowns, we take seriously what Jesus said in Matthew 25. I'll put this in my own words. If a person is hungry, you feed them. If they're thirsty, you give them something to drink. And here I add my own words. If they're in need of touch, you touch them. If
What kind of clown? Man, that's not something you should be saying about, like, advice for being in church. This sounds like...
If they're in need of a smile, you give them a smile.
I can smell the clown. That uncomfortable, warm smell. What kind of shenanigans can we expect for you getting into a nursing home? I'm just regularly surprised I'm still alive, so I don't know. I'll get there when I get there. It's apparently a thing in Magic the Gathering Yu-Gi-Oh! I would believe it. I know it's a thing in esport tournaments and stuff.
First, call the activities director or the manager of the institution and get permission to come. That will give you an opportunity to share what it is you plan to do, that you won't be making any noise or disrupting the activities of the home, and that the mission you're on is extremely important. In fact, what you'll discover is that once you're there, you're going to find it pretty hard to get away. Second, if it's your first time, plan on about a half-hour visit. During that 1 half-hour visit of non-speaking clowning, you will discover a lot of energy has been expended.
That is true. Doing clown work for 30 minutes does actually sound very tiring.
Next, when you enter the nursing home, do not stand there with your group in a large cluster of clowns. Clowns can look rather intimidating if you see a lot of them in one place.
Cluster of clowns. Is that what a group of...
Be sure to choose a partner. 2 clowns together are really great. If you attempt to make visits with 3 or 4, you outnumber the person so much that they may feel a bit uneasy.
I think 3 or 4 clowns entering my room would make me uneasy, yes.
Any request that is made of you.
How many clowns is there, like, how many clowns would be an acceptable number of clowns to show up unannounced at your place of residence? Like, you live in a nursing home, right? You don't leave. I think if I tell you that they... Okay, here... It's like the puppet room. I've talked about the puppet room before, but if I bring you to my... Let's say I brought you to my house, right? And I go, while you're here, would you like to check out the puppet room? And you go, no, I think I should be going. You go, no, real quick, let's check out the puppet room. How many puppets in the puppet room can there be to be the scariest shit. Because you'd think it'd be a big number. What I've discovered is none. 0 puppets in the room is the most horrifying shit. Okay? If you go into the puppet room and there's no puppets, that's the worst shit. If you go into the puppet room and there's a fuck ton of puppets, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. You would call this the puppet room. But when you have 0 to 1 puppets, that's weird. If you have a whole room dedicated to puppets, it implies that there's going to be a lot. But if there's only one, it becomes special. There's 1 puppet, and it's super special, right? 1 puppet is strange. 0 puppets is fucked. Just saying. My point is that clowns are kind of the same way. Like, you're trying to just relax. Expecting 0 clowns and getting some becomes weirder. Like, the more clowns, like, I feel like actually it just, like, after a while, there's going to be too many clowns. But I guess it's not the same thing, because at 0 clowns, I guess if someone goes, there are going to be clowns that show up today, be ready for the clowns, and there's no clowns. Like, I think that just means that you got clowned on. Like, if I say some clown, like, there will be a clown visit today. Why is deadlock? Patch notes. Oh, the new heroes are coming out soon. Are you gonna change the one character's name back to Slork? They need to change it back to Slork.
You're going to have your heartstrings tugged as you hear their plenty voices asking you to help them out of bed or into bed, or to take them outdoors, or to hand them something. The best rule of thumb is don't do it. If you do encounter something that you feel is a real need, go to the desk or seek out an aide. Break your
I did tweet and skeet. Vinny is streaming, which is why I'm kind of okay with leaving you guys maybe after this video or the next one. How there are so many Twitch personalities and not one single unironic clown Sona? I think that the idea of an unironic clown is not something that people want nowadays. People don't like that. Like, there's like this idea of a thing that used to exist, and I don't know how prevalent it was. I just read about one fucking Tumblr article about it. It's not even an article, it was just some random fucking post. So randomly, I read something that someone on the internet said about, like, there used to be a position, and it was like, weird fucker who lives in my garden, right? Like, that's me. I'm the weird fucker that you pay to just keep in the corner there. Right? Like, I don't remember what they're called. Like the garden hermit? Garden hermit. Ornamental hermit. People were encouraged to live alone, purpose-built hermitages, follies, grottos, or rockeries on the estate of wealthy landowners, primarily during the 18th century. Such hermits would be encouraged to remain permanently on site, where they would be fed and cared for and consulted for advice or viewed for entertainment. Just weird fucker who lives on your land. The job. It's not a groundskeeper because that's not their job. They just live there. I'm a garden hermit. I'm the internet version of a garden hermit. I'm a weird fucker that you pay to just do this. It's kind of a sweet job.
Made known. Also, check in advance with the head of nursing at the desk to find out if a particular patient might have some problems that you might encounter. Also, do not enter a room with a closed door.
You're not allowed to open closed doors. This is literally a thing. Ornamental hermit. Sniff it. What do clowns put on doorknobs to indicate they're up to no good? Like, I would assume just one of those long rope things. Oh, okay. Yeah, the infinity handkerchief. When you try and pull out, the dick just does that. And both clowns start giggling. Why is this the background music? For if you're not sure if you want to, like, grow bath salt crystals or if you want to, you know, go to the spa. Maybe get your feet did. I'm always wary of anything that it's like, here's how you grow crystals, because the first time I saw some sort of like, here's how you grow crystals thing was a 4chan post about mixing what it was like bleach and ammonia. It's Epsom salt, I know. Crystals. Yeah. Yeah, the mustard gas crystals thing. That's why I'm like, this is a random post on the internet. How can I trust that this is also a way of doing it? Oh, it looped. What? Okay. Hire a crystallologist? I don't know what that is. I have a crystal right here. It's bismuth. It's pretty. I also have these two little cloud fellas that my wife gave me. I think they're for something or other, but they're just little cloud fellas. And then I got an obsidian black cat. It's made from real obsidian. It's nice. It's a little cat. It's also a kitty, which is good. I like black cats. Anyway, that's like my like nerd. Wouldn't even call it an altar, but there's like, I place them in such a way that they can be seen, and I just look at them and I'm like, that's nice. I also have this tiny kiwi. This is unrelated to that, but it hangs out with them as well. He's very small, and a kiwi. Anyway, what was this guy doing? Is he still growing crystals? I feel like he already did that. There's a couple places around here where you can get crystals, and like they say they have healing properties. Like, I just think it's nice because it's a cool cat, you know? Still have the little label. It says Black Obsidian does protection, grounding, repelling negativity. You know what? It does do that. It does repel negativity because I have a little tiny kitty on my desk, which is a very positive thing to have on my desk. So that does prevent me from being too negative because there's a kitty. So it does that. And grounding? Yeah. Look at the kitty. If you're ever stressed out, look at the kitty. You look at a cat, your day is a little bit better. Grow your own dildo. Oh, yeah. Lapis lazuli is expensive as fuck. That's why royal colors are purple. Can you eat Epsom salt? Sure. You can eat anything. You can eat nails. Do not use random crystals for dildos. They are not body safe. So this is salt, right? So if it rains or if it gets too much water on it, it'll just melt. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't stick random shit into you. Oh my god.
Let's meet at the same time, same place. Send a JPEG, I wanna see.
Oh my god, yes! If she didn't do the country twang, it'd be okay. Proto Hannah Montana. I think this is like, yeah, Ventrilo. I could see Hotter Dad doing a cover of this, or just writing this song.
passing notes. It's easier to time.
I mean, I know Pod Dad. I've helped him out on stuff before. She even kind of looks like somewhere between Amanda Bynes and Miley Cyrus. I think it's just because they were both really popular teen girls in the 90s. Can someone explain this person to me? This is... No idea who this is, but this year of this, like, this shit was like everything you saw in the 2000s. Imagine, like, you go from this to the World Trade Center has just been hit. That was, like, what America was like in 2001. Like, utterly insane bullshit going between this and, like, I'm uploading this because the version that YouTube has a crappy thumbnail and a vague title, so posting it on Facebook is worthless. Sucks because the other version's better. Do we have, like, hold on, can I... 9/11 not attack. Disney Channel. Yeah, this.
You express themselves every day on Disney Channel.
It does help to talk about September 11th because, you know, you get it out of you and you get to be heard. It was such a traumatic event that, I mean, how could you forget?
I think it does help to talk about it a lot because even though it was a year ago, it seems like it happened yesterday.
I think communication is very important. I was just about to say that.
If you had heard me last year, that's all I would have been talking about.
I talk with my family about it a lot and my friends.
Tamir and I, we talk about it all the time because it's still on the news. I think it's very, very important for you to just express your feelings about it.
Tell your loved ones you love them, but don't be afraid of that, you know?
It's a healing process. Yeah, it's definitely a healing process.
Disney Channel. Express yourself. Kids.
That bright ass fucking hat. They were trying so hard to make him cool.
Being patriotic means to come together as a country and, you know, help others and be free. You know, we're very lucky to live in a country where we can be free.
It shows us how great our country truly is because everybody stepped up to plate. I mean, kids are emptying out their piggy banks, trying to give money to the families.
People are proud again of being American and standing tall and doing all the things that I think we just took for granted.
I now sing the national anthem totally different.
Yes.
I have so much American pride.
Something amazing has come out of this as far as what it's done to all our hearts.
When you look around and you see all of the images from around the country of various communities, America's a great place.
Patriotism, to me, it goes beyond that I'm from America. It's about love of mankind.
Now, more than ever, it's important for people like you to express themselves every day.
Like, this was a thing they'd play constantly on the Disney Channel. Like... Also...
Everywhere you...
Bryan Cranston?
Everywhere you go, there's nationalism. Every single state.
I love driving down the road and seeing flags outside of people's houses. I love it. It makes me feel really, really proud to live here.
I think it's necessary to be proud of your country.
Everyone is flying the American flag, and the American flag stands for everything that we stand for as Americans.
Everyone around the country is appreciating freedom a lot more.
We're all American now, you know? That is so beautiful. I love it.
I've never felt that unity before, to walk around and look at a stranger and say, hey, you know what, you know, give him a thumbs up and get a thumbs up back.
Whatever connects us is what patriotism is about. It's not about that I'm an American and you're French and you're Israeli and you're this or that. It's not about that. It's about we're in it together.
Now, more than ever, It's important for people like you to express themselves every day.
This is what 2000 something was like, right? So it's like your question of like, what is that last video that we were watching where it was like talking about singing about AOL and all that jazz? Like that's this, man. Like that's life was just like this for Americans in like the early 2000s. You know? It's so fucking weird, isn't it? GMCA, but did you ever see this? Gonna mute and then click that. What is this? Freestyler original version. It looks familiar, but I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, we stopped serving French fries. I remember like my friends being unironically hating the French. It's an earwig from like the early 2000s. It was like the first terrorist attack on American soil, or the first major attack against America since Pearl Harbor. Like, it was bizarre. It was just like everyone was scared of everyday shit. It was a really big deal for Americans. Imagine having the most powerful, like, military and the ability to spy on anyone at any time. Right? Like, we have everything on lockdown. If shit happens here, it cannot, like shit can't happen in America because we're so strong, so powerful. So it was like really wild for Americans to go, we do not get attacked ever, to we have been attacked and there is, who the fuck is it? We gotta go kick their ass. And then Bush was like, it was them. And it's like, okay. And we went with it. That's what it felt like as an American. And it was like, after a while, we were like, hey, hold up. Wait, they didn't have any bombs. And Bush was like, well, you know, I settled a beef with my dad. So there's that. That's pretty cool, too. I've turned off the desktop audio because I want to hear what this song sounds like. I have no idea what song this is. I've never heard that one before. Like, I know that makes it make absolutely no sense to say that that was the reason that, like, Americans got so weirdly nationalistic and shit. But yeah, that was it. It was wild, man. Anyways, yeah. So that's why that was confusing, or that was interesting for people, because it did feel like very...
The mirror never lies.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I the loveliest cheese of all?
Oh no, my dear, you're far too heavy. You're too boring. You're too hard on your bite. Too coarse. Too thin. Too strong. Little tricky to unwrap, I think.
And what about me, mi rendezvous?
Too artificial.
So who is the loveliest then?
There is a rather special cow whose cheese is so creamy smooth. She is the loveliest. Her name is the Laughing Cow.
Imagine boarding...
I'm sorry, no, what?
a roller coaster train.
Alright, last one, then I'm gonna have to stop so I can go call.
It will be a short, fun ride, but oh, how wrong you are. An hour after you board it, you start to get really worried, but the operators promise the ride will start soon. A week later, still nothing has happened, and by now your phone has ran out of battery, so all communication with the outside world is lost. Winter comes and goes, and yet you still don't depart. Many seasons later, you see big flashes in the sky from some kind of war being fought by nations that didn't exist yet when you so innocently joined the queue. Thousands, tens of thousands, millions of years pass and you're still sat in the same place, not having moved an inch. Suddenly, it becomes unbearably hot.
Oh, thank you. I will check then.
Lived its life and is now exploding, obliterating everything in the solar system. Except for you. You are still stuck on the same ride, wondering if you will ever be free from your suffering. Welcome to the Universe Coaster. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. This roller coaster, built in 2018, takes 12 years to complete. The next iteration of the longest coaster is almost 4 times as long at 45 years, which later tripled to 135 years. Now, 3 years later, it is finally time for a new longest coaster. This one won't be 10 times as long, or 100, or 1,000. No, even a ride that's 1 trillion times as long as the previous coaster is
real years
compared to the actual ride time of the Universe Coaster. So how does it work and why is it so incredibly long? It all starts.
I mean, your computer's gonna die before it runs the whole thing. It'll corrode or whatever. Or just
forward until it reaches the minimum forward speed of about 1 km per hour, after which it has to travel the entire track at that speed until it reaches the middle. And this track is big. This is the largest possible map with a size of 254 by 254, and the looping coaster fills it up almost entirely. Traveling all this track already takes a fairly long time, but the fun has only just started. When it reaches the middle, after about 100 in-game years, it reaches the end of the track. Surely it will just crash here, right? Well, actually it doesn't. It comes to a stop and then starts to slowly reverse. Yes, this train is moving, even though it doesn't seem like it. About once every 4 seconds it advances 1 frame. When sped up 128 times it looks like this, which is still very slow. It now has to travel the entire track backwards at this minimum speed, which is a massive 32 times slower than the minimum forward speed, and 4 times slower than the regular minimum backward speed that we used previously.
I see.
The reason it doesn't crash is because the ride is in reverse incline mode. In this mode, it reverses out of the station, is pulled up by a chain lift, and when it reaches the end of the track, instead of crashing, it is let go to complete the rest of the track. However, you don't actually need to build a chain lift when you use this mode. You can simply build a small incline, which the train will reverse onto before immediately going forwards again. The game isn't prepared to deal with this. It thinks the train is still reversing as it has never reached the end of the chain lift or the track when going backwards. Therefore, it cannot crash.
I see.
When reaching the end of the track it goes backwards at a speed 4 times slower than the normal minimum backward speed is still a mystery though. 3,278 years, 5 months and 30.3 days after the ride departed, it finally returns to the station and is finished. Psych, this was just the first lap out of a total of 7. This gives it a total ride time of more than 23,000 in-game years, or about 2.38 real life years.
Oh.
And that's just the beginning. The real fun begins now. The long looping coaster is synchronized with the orange wild mouse coaster, which in turn is synchronized with this yellow wild mouse coaster, and so on down the chain. They're not synchronized in a normal way though. Take a look at this. It is a simplified version of the Universe Coaster setup. When the looping coaster departs, so does the orange wild mouse. Nothing weird about that.
Okay.
But then the wild mouse arrives at its second station, which is directly below its first station, and also synchronized with the looping coaster. It will only leave this second station once the long coaster has come around again. Then it will go to its third station, after which it goes back to the first.
Oh.
So for the orange wild mouse coaster to complete its track one time, the looping coaster has to complete its track twice. If we now look at the yellow wild mouse, we can see the same setup, with the orange wild mouse functioning as the long coaster here. Therefore, in order for the yellow wild mouse to complete its track once, the orange wild mouse has to complete its track twice, and the looping coaster has to go around 4 times. The pink wild mouse coaster...
You've got exponential growth here?
So for every time the vertical drop coaster goes around once, the looping coaster has to do its thing 8 times. But why are the stations in this very specific setup instead of just next to each other like this? Well, in this setup, the 2 stations of the yellow wild mouse are also synchronized with each other, and that is a problem. Since there is only 1 car on every wild mouse coaster, there will never be a vehicle in all 3 stations at the same time, so they can never depart and the whole thing locks up. Weirdly enough, 2 stations will still synchronize if they are 1 unit apart in height, and this is the key. If you build 1 wild mouse station 1 unit below the looping coaster station,
I
and
see.
the other one unit above it, they won't synchronize with each other as they are now 2 units apart in height. These are now
they're
2
linked to the
different
purple.
sets of 2 synchronized stations, and as soon as one of them has a vehicle in both stations, they can go. The compact design with the stations right above each other makes the chaining really easy, which is why we're using this design. Credits to JJ on my Discord server for coming up with this setup and helping me out with a bunch of other things as well. Back to the Universe Coaster. In this setup we have a few more than just 3 wild mouse coasters. In total there
I mean, couldn't you just do all wild mouse coasters all the way down?
Doubles the amount of times the looping coaster has to do its 7 laps. Why 253? Because you can only build 255 rides in a park, and the 2 other ride slots are already taken up by the long coaster and the Universe Coaster. The ride time of the long coaster is 2.3
asked and answered.
And to calculate how often the last wild mouse in the chain does a full lap of its track, we have to multiply this by 2 to the power 253. This is a ridiculous number, but we're not quite done yet, as the Universe Coaster itself also adds to the ride time. In the small example, the vertical drop coaster had 1 train that did 1 lap, but this one is a bit more complicated. The Universe Coaster is a twister coaster with 4 stations and a total of 32 block sections, which allows...
This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I love this.
If we look at the station,
like, I'm enthralled because there's no point in doing this, but it is just...
while the other 3 only have an unreachable entrance. Therefore, guests can only get on and off the ride at this station. The question now is, how many times does the last wild mouse coaster have to go around before a train that departs this station returns to the same station to finish the ride? Let's take a look at what happens with just the last wild mouse and the twister coaster in isolation. Right now a train departs the boarding station of the twister coaster, and behind it the red train enters it. The wild mouse is now in the next station, and there is a problem. Neither of the trains in the station of the twister coaster it synchronizes with can depart, as there is still a train in the next block section. The game is clever though, and if this is the case, then the other ride can still depart anyway to prevent everything from locking up. So the wild mouse goes through the other stations and arrives at the first station again, having completed one lap. Now the bottom station of the Twister coaster can depart, since the block section in front of it has been freed up. Immediately after it, the train in the station behind it can also go, and after that the wild mouse completes its second lap. When the wild mouse arrives at the first station once again, both Twister stations next to it are locked up, so it continues to its second station. Here the top station of the Twister can go and the wild mouse goes around for the third time. When it finishes this lap, the red train can finally depart and the next train moves into the boarding station of the Twister coaster. Every train on the Twister coaster has moved forward one block section now, which took 3 laps of the wild mouse coaster.
Okay.
Since there are 31 trains, doing a complete cycle of the Twister coaster will take 93 wild mouse laps. For 3 of these laps the train is just chilling in the boarding station, which doesn't count for the ride time. So the total ride time of the Twister coaster
is 90 laps?
90 times
Sure.
that of the last wild mouse. We can now finally calculate the total ride time of the Universe coaster. It is 2.38 years times 2 to the power 253 times 90. This is equal to 3.104508 times 10 to the power 78 years. Or if you fully write it out, it's this number. 3 quinvigitillion, 104 quatuorvigitillion, 507 trisvigitillion, and so on.
I've never heard of some of these numbers before.
How long this is, but I will try to give you a sense of the absurdity of this ride time. This is a grain of sand. It contains about 50 quintillion atoms. I want you to take one of its atoms, put it to the side and wait 1
I like idle
year.
games.
After the year is up, put another atom to the side and wait another year, and so on. By the time you have deconstructed just 1/10,000,000th of the grain of sand, the sun will explode. But I want you to keep going. After
I'm busy at that point.
50 billion years you will be done, and then I want you to pick up the next grain of sand and deconstruct that one as well. After that, pick up the third one and keep going until you have taken apart the entire planet Earth, which is roughly 10 nonillion times as large as the single grain of sand you started with.
Sure.
When this is finally done, we are still nowhere near the completion of the Universe coaster, so let's start deconstructing other planets
I
like
see.
Mars and Jupiter, and eventually even the Sun itself.
Well, the
which
sun
is about
exploded. We can't deconstruct it.
300,000 times as large
That
as
exploded
the
like half
After
a
that, we move
sand
on to
in.
the rest of the Milky Way, which contains roughly 100 billion stars. So we started at counting the atoms of a single grain of sand, then we did the same to the Earth, and now we're deconstructing the entire galaxy, which is so massive that it takes light, which travels at 300 million meters every second, 100,000 years to cross it. We still need to go bigger though. The
Wait, how
observable
fast?
universe
300 what per second?
massive that it takes light, which travels at 300 million meters.
300 million meters. Okay. That's significantly larger than the 300 meter or 170 meters per second that my gun shoot game is. Yeah, no, that checks out.
Every second, 100,000 years to cross it.
I have seen the half A press guy.
Though. The observable universe is roughly 90 billion light years across and contains an estimated 2 trillion galaxies. By the time you are done counting every atom of every star, planet and gas cloud in every galaxy in the entire observable universe, you will finally have completed the new longest roller coaster ever built. I hope this helps you understand how ridiculously long the Universe coaster really is and why it blows all previous longest coasters out of the water. Now, I know that with OpenRCT2 you can easily make even longer rides because of different synchronization mechanics and higher limits, but I built this coaster to be fully compatible with RCT2 Vanilla and Classic. If you want to see it for yourself, you can find a download link in the description. If you want to have it work in OpenRCT2, you will need to use a custom built version, which you can also find in the description. This is because for a very long time there was a bug which causes reversing trains to eventually go forward again, and by the time that was fixed, the synchronization mechanics were changed. Discord user Worm was so kind to take a version with the old mechanics, fix the backwards bug, and provide me with a custom version.
I think once you've experienced all of matter being deconstructed,
live and also play other games, you can follow me on Twitch. Thank you very much for watching.
I think, yeah, if you've seen like the world fall apart, the universe fall apart around you and everything explode, like, I think you've just been on a roller coaster for an exceptionally long time at that point, you know? Like, what else is there? Anything that you think you knew is gone, right? Like, the sun is gone. So, what does it matter if you get off the ride now or get on the ride again? I mean, I guess you could go and see what's happened since you left, but I can't imagine you'd find much of anything. So you might as well get back on the ride, because at least that's the thing. It's Futurama plot for sure. I need to go set up to do some shopping for my wife and maybe clean up around the house some. So, where is this? All I know now is the ride. Exactly. Now, you said there is art for me on Blue Sky. Let me find. I don't see it. Who was saying they posted some art? RevArt. RevArt? Where have you put it? Yeah, if you tag me at RevFart, hashtag RevFart. Okay, I forgot to tag as RevFart, so I just reposted it. Okay, there it is. I know it's old, but I made it for a social Merry Christmas. I remember this. I remember this because I remember the Simon Cowell image that I found that was this. God, it was so fucked. I still have it saved on my phone. I'm gonna tweet it right, or blue skeet it right now. Hold on. I know I still have it. It won't even take me that long. I'm not ending stream until I post it. It's, you know, it's an important image, so I keep it around, ready to go whenever I need it. There it is. Like, look at it. Like, it is so right. I fucking love it. 'Cause it's like they edited his teeth out. The art is spot on, is what I'm trying to say. Like, check out the art again. Yeah, it's based on that fucking weird picture. What if you didn't have teeth? Life be like that sometimes. But I really do have to go, else I will not get to do any shopping before my wife gets home. And I need to get that done. We probably won't do any more shit for the game until later. Who can I raid? I want to raid someone who has less than 1,000 people watching, because I would like to raise people up who are in a similar situation to me. So, Fred and or Andre. Why don't we raid Fred? Because I like Fred. Is Alfie live? Alfie is live. Let's raid Alf. We have not raided Alfilda in a long time. She's good, Valkyrie. She's doing Age of Empires 2. Dude, I recently saw that Trump, the Hearthstone guy, started doing a They Are Billions run. Oh my god, I fucking hate that game, dude. It sucks ass, but I really want to win. So seeing someone else beat it is great. Anyway, go watch. That game is so fucking frustrating. Cock and ball torture. Anyway, let's watch Alfilda do a game that's not cock and ball torture, okay? Be nice. I'll see you guys tomorrow with something else. Oh, and thank you for the art, Queen Bean Machine. 3, 2, 1, goodbye.